Greetings and salutations, everyone. This one-shot was supposed to be a one-shot, but then it became something else. Just sort of a situation where the story just never quite felt done. I'm just going to actually go around, give people a chance to introduce themselves, and also give them a chance to plug any and all social media that they choose to, because this will be uploaded to YouTube at some point in the near future. Hi, I'm your dungeon master for the evening. My name is Andy. I'm Mr.DanDyDM on TikTok and on all the other socials. We'll start with the top. Jal Horden.
Hello, my name is Matt. I'm playing Jal Horden, your friendly neighborhood warlock. You could find me probably on TikTok would be the biggest thing as War Torn Knight. Pressure me into making content on there, and maybe I actually will.
And Neska.
Hi, I'm Taylor. I will be playing Neska. Please forgive the Haunted Halloween cosplay. I've just come from Tales of Initiative, where we did a Halloween one-shot. So jump on over to Twitch and YouTube, and you can find me on TikTok as Virus5 as well. So looking forward to today, and thank you for having us back.
Yeah. Victor.
Hi. My name is Victor. I am going to be playing your Paladin Oathbreaker, you know, the typical thing that you'll find at the grocery shop when you're going there. And
sure.
You can find me on TikTok as Victor_the Story Weaver for all your story weaving entertainment. And very excited to get this going and hopefully not die. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows what the future holds? Anyway. Now that we've gotten our introductions out of the way, let us proceed. You have left the city, the capital city of the Kingdom of Nimrion, behind in flames. As you all are situated on this yacht, this sailing ship that you have absconded with from the docks in Ashcaleen. You have sailed out and you have witnessed on the area known as the Starry Nest District, you've witnessed the Temple of Talos vanish after a green glow. You know, well, you don't quite know, but you can only assume that perhaps the undead presence might have something to do with it. But at this point, there's a certain level of distance and safety that you have now that you are this far away from shore. At this point, just recapping last session, you ended up making your way somewhat stealthily, somewhat not, to the docks. You ended up fighting a vampiric Red Guard captain who was in the midst of making a meal of a married couple. There were a lot of M words there. He had brought death upon the groom, but you ended up being able to rescue the bride, who you found was named Rihanna. You brought her and Neska, your compatriot, your partner in crime, Yanshu, and you were able to bring him on board the yacht that you ended up stealing and sailing out into the bay. At this point, we'll say it is now, there's a decent passage of time where you're just getting steadily further and further from shore. Neska, I need you to make a sailing, we'll say a sailing check. Make it a general intelligence check for me.
I can do that. Intelligence.
Thank you for picking the smart person.
I'm only doing that because I remember we asked you to be the pilot last session. You were the one who sort of came in. So what do we have?
A 6. I rolled a 2.
Well,
That's
time
fine.
to jump off.
Hey,
hope you can swim.
Yeah. So, with a 6, we'll say that you know your way around boats. You do know your way around boats. That's how you've been, traversing the waterways as you've made your way from where you grew up and where your family and your country, you would say, is located in the south. And boats are how you would get around. This is not the size of boat that you're used to, though. Thankfully, you do have Ivar and you do have Jal as two able-bodied people who you can sort of direct and sort of suss out exactly like what things to pull and what sails to rig. But with a 6, it takes a while, and you're sort of trying to you're just trying to get out into the open water, which you eventually, it just takes a while, but you do eventually do. At this point, Ivar, give me a perception check.
That's a 23.
It's a 23. Okay. Just as you are working the rigging with Jal, you are sort of taking you're surveying the lay of the deck, and you're also sort of looking like, okay, so this ship is, or this boat is big enough, it has multiple decks at this point. You do see that there is a grate that is the entryway that goes down below deck. You also see that behind, or actually below where Neska is, where she is at the aft of the ship with the tiller, there is a doorway that looks to be something akin to a captain's cabin, or like a cabin of some sort, where people who are of higher rank might place themselves. What do you choose to do?
I choose to go to the captain's quarters.
Okay. As you enter the captain's quarters, your eyes are greeted. This is actually a very well furnished room in the ship. You see that there's a very large round table in the center of the room that have all sorts of sailing paraphernalia, mainly things to do with like charts and making measurements and viewfinders. You do see on the table several large charts. One of them, I'll say with a 23, one of them clearly detailing the coastline where you are actually leaving. As far as you can tell, it's like still very barely on the horizon, because you can see this because of the smoke that is coming off of Ashcaleen. Jal, you've just finished doing some of the rigging, and you've pulled in and gotten one of the sails up. At this point, there is a steady wind that has started to pull you further out to sea, and it meets the sail and it just unfurls, and you guys are actually going at a pretty steady clip at this point. You see that Rihanna is just sort of like, she's just sitting like huddled at one side of the ship, just sort of watching you all work. She's still dressed in this very it's a very gorgeous wedding gown, but it is like bloodied and like mud. And she's just sitting next to Yanshu on the side. And Yanshu he's looking a little worse for wear. He's not dying at this point, but he's not recovered from the ordeal that he went through back in Ashcaleen. What do you choose to do?
I think that Jal would, now that we're kind of, attained cruising speed, probably Jal would inspect below deck in the hold, kind of, take an inventory of what may or may not be on the boat. Maybe see if there's you said it's a yacht. I don't expect there to be like, a cannon. No, there's probably just, whatever might actually be on there. Maybe there's fishing supplies or something, whatever the case may be. He's just gonna kind of take a look.
Give me a perception check.
I'm so good at those. It's an 11.
Well, an 11. As you begin to just sort of, after you finish your job and you're sort of looking around, you realize that this ship is not outfitted with any weaponry whatsoever. It is very much a yacht. What it looks like to be is this is a yacht that might have once belonged to a well-to-do merchant family, and you notice that there's some very ornate finishings about this boat. There's some gold leaf here and there. There's a very faint smell of some fine spices and herbs that are sort of wafting from the captain's cabin, or where it would be located, but also coming from the hold below deck as well. At this point, Neska, you have now fully established the ship's direction. As far as you can tell, there is nothing obstructing on the horizon, nothing you're going to run into. At this point, what do you choose to do?
If I feel it's safe to do so, I will leave the helm and find Yoshu.
Okay. So after using just tying off the rudder or tying off the tiller with a rope to just keep it moving in one direction, you move to the main deck, and yeah, you find Yanshu, and you see he still has those bite marks on his neck. He looks just really. He looks drained. But he is
literally.
He is still there. He's still with you. He just sort of looks up at you, just sort of weakly, and he's like, Neska, what should our next course of action be?
Your next course of action is to rest.
I'll try. I'll do my best, but I do not know who these men are that we are with. I do not trust them. They are not of our kind.
No, they are not. But they have earned my trust. Do you trust me?
Give me a persuasion check.
Ooh. Where's my Ooh. That's a 14.
14.
14.
He he looks at where Jal is, and he looks at Rihanna, and he looks over in the direction of where Ivar disappeared to. He says, I trust you. I do. I just, with such an abysmal failure as this last mission was, I don't know. I don't know where we should go. Perhaps it would be good to return home, deliver information. I'm not certain, and I'm not of the right mind right now. That I will follow your lead.
Good. First, we need to get to safety. Then we shall make a proper course of action.
Agreed. I agree. Yes. I just need a place to rest right now.
I cannot help with that right now, but give me some time and I will.
Very well. And he sort of struggles very weakly to his feet, and he sort of like steadies himself on the side of the ship, and he begins to walk towards the captain's cabin. He's just basically going to find a place to lie down. He does, Ivar. You see him as he enters, and he makes his way. And there is a very comfortable looking cot in the side area. It's not a bed, but it's nicer than your standard like hammock. But he makes his way, and he just sort of falls onto it, and he is asleep, like very quickly. At this point, Rihanna, she makes her way also into the captain's cabin as well, and she comes up to you, Ivar, and she says, "Hi, I just want to say thank you all so much for the rescue. I don't know what I would have done. Where are we sailing to? I don't. My husband is dead. I don't know. I don't know where I should go."
So Ivar is going to be addressing her. He's still going to be walking around the room, slowly just scanning the area, looking for anything that might be of value or useful. Things like if he finds a compass, anything that could be useful for fire, camping, any things that may be resources that he can find while he's just speaking.
Yep, you find a compass. You also find there is a captain's log. You also find that there is my mind is running a blank right now. It's the thing. It's like it's sort of a triangle shape. Sextant. Thank you, Jal, for the win. There is a sextant that you find on the table as well, with a chart beneath it that has like a lot of coordinates, latitudes, longitudes. There is also a very large chest that when you open it, there are some very fine linen clothing, as well as something that you would definitely belong to a seafaring gentleman, someone who is not necessarily the rougher sea swarthy character you might encounter. This is very much a well-to-do person's boat, perhaps a pleasure yacht of some kind.
This is going to begin Ivar's pirate arc.
It's like, how come I always turn to pirate? So
Pirate life for you.
Yeah, it seems. He's going to the things that he can manage and carry with him and add to his like pouch and belt, like the compass and such. He will add those things that are bigger than that. He'll just like make mental note that they're there for whenever they dock or transfer, if there's anything that needs to be brought. And he hears Rihanna, and he just speaks to her with his usual calm tone. Bring yourself some peace, child. What you have gone through, what we have all gone through, to something that shall be with us for all our lives. As for where we are going, for now, the important thing is that we are away from danger. As for you, the sorrow of your loss, I cannot begin to wonder. Tell me, were you originally from those lands? Or are you from somewhere else?
I must confess, no, I was a stranger to Ashcaleen before you found me, and I'm originally from across the water. I'm from Suristir. I'm actually a native of Brecca.
Brecca. Do you wish to return to your home.
I dare not to hope for such a thing. I could not imagine. I could not imagine inconveniencing you all in such a way. We all just barely escaped with our lives, and
yet, we are here. You aboard this ship, as so are everyone else. All strangers before the last eve, and now bound by fate. I cannot offer you a promise, for it is not only my word that needs to speak about this matter and this decision. But, should the opportunity arise, you have my word. I will seek to lead you home.
I give you my thanks. I wish I had a way of repaying you all. If it is possible for us to or for me to return to Sir Steer, I would be most grateful.
Do what you can. Help who you can. And the sun god will shine upon you all the way to your journey home.
She gives you a respectful head bow, and she you can tell that she's sort of taken your words to heart, and she at this point she sort of goes and starts to position some of the pillows, and there's some, I guess, overstuffed furniture, holstered furniture that is, and she's sort of made a little nook for herself, just off to the side. She is far away from people's business and, getting out of the way of everyone. But she looks, at this point, she looks safe. She is comfortable, and she looks for the moment to have a calm exterior right now.
I would like to approach Yoshi.
Okay.
And I would like to try to inspect as discreetly as possible, maybe without touching him, just look at him. I am trying to make sure that the bite is healed, but also whatever may have come with the bite.
Okay. So Yoshu is asleep.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, they are a master spy who have they're very alert to certain things. Not the least of which is people stealthily observing them. There'll be a series of checks here.
Okay.
One will be a sleight of hand. We'll say
Have we done a long rest at this point?
Not yet.
No. I just need to I'm just checking.
Trust me, I'm begging for that rest.
Okay.
So am I.
All right. That's okay. Let's do the checks. Never mind. The other option is not viable.
So yeah, give me a stealth check.
Oh, wow. Question. At this point, would I be wearing my armor right now while helping aboard the ship? I would think.
Didn't you say something about taking your armor off last session?
Well,
that was Jaw.
My armor was left behind. I was wearing the armor, the Red Guard armor.
That's
so
right.
I ended up going with a Red Guard armor aboard the ship.
Got it.
Okay.
But
which is
considering
quite male.
exactly, but considering that's we're helping aboard a ship, would I be wearing the armor? I would think that I would have removed the armor to if I'm pulling and carrying stuff aboard. I'm not gonna be an idiot to wear an armor in case I fall in the water and just drown.
I'll say that prior to getting underway, because you realize that Neska needs able-bodied people to man the rigging and do a lot of the sailing, getting underway. So I'll say that you would have taken your armor off at this point. So yeah, at this point, do a stealth check, but don't do it with disadvantage, which I know that you would normally do that.
That's a 16.
16. Okay. You leave after taking the materials and putting them on your person and sort of like figuring out where things go. You sort of you remember that Yanshu he had a bite mark, and he was definitely injured, and you're curious as to the nature of his injury. And so you approach, as far as you're concerned, you approach very quietly. And I need you to, are you touching him in any way?
No, I think I'm just like, if he's asleep in a way that I can, I'm just trying to look at him. I'm trying to see if there's any signs of like, necrosis or any signs of dark veins or anything that may hint to, yes, he's healed, but is there something more?
Okay. Give me a medicine check.
11.
11. Just from you dared get any closer to him because you feel like you're trying to be quiet, but with the ship creaking and your weight shifting and you're trying to get close, but it's could get hairy. You very carefully, you peek up over and you're trying to get a good view of his neck. And you're able to see the bite mark, but it's very difficult to tell without like getting really close into the nitty-gritty and inspecting it. At this point, it doesn't look to be oozing, or it doesn't look to have gotten any worse.
Okay. I think at that point I would leave it at that for now.
Okay.
And I would take one last look around the room to see if there may be anything that I missed, like anything disguised or any sort of like secret compartments or creaks or gaps in the walls or anything.
Okay. Give me for something like that, give me an investigation check.
Never mind, it's a 4.
No gaps or secret compartments as far as you can tell. Yeah, it's looks to be fairly standard inside a captain's cabin. Although, based off of your experience, this is a new one for you, as you're not really used to traveling on this kind of ship before.
Yeah.
Although you have sailed on ships before, but you are usually not the one manning them. You're usually being transported on them.
At that point, I just, after giving a last glimpse at the location, I just make my way out and to take a look at where Neska and Jal may be.
Okay. As you're leaving the captain's cabin, you and Neska just meet, like right at the door, like almost knocking into each other. Neska.
Everything okay?
For now, your friend, his wound. Are you certain he'll be all right?
I'm hoping so. I just need time to recover myself, and I will be able to assist him more. You have concerns?
I do. And he leans closer to her to speak lower. He was bit by one of those creatures.
Now, I do not know what kind of foul poison may rest within them, but until we are certain, caution is advised.
Do you forget that I was also bitten in the sewers?
If there is something I have learned to exist with, my child, is that one must not live in absolutes. Just because you have survived and remain well does not mean he will. Even the smallest of ships or the greatest of ships, while many survive the waves, some may not.
You're clearly speaking from knowledge, experience.
More than I dare to count. As for now, I believe our other companion, you and myself, should discuss what to do next and where to address the ship.
Very well. I will meet you on the deck.
Very well.
At this point, Jal, you see the two of them sort of having this conference. You've sort of done your inspection of the main deck. At this point, actually, give me a perception check really quick.
Right. It's 12. We're moving up.
On a 12, it's fairly obvious at this point that there's like, you can see the odd seabird that's sort of just circling above your ship or above the boat. It's a cloudy day. Used to be a lot cloudier because of all the smoke that was sort of hanging over the bay because of the city fires. But now that you're on the open water, and you've been on the open water for a little bit now, you just barely see off in the distance the coastline disappear. And in the opposite direction, you see a fog bank just slowly coming towards the ship. At this point, doesn't look terribly foreboding. It's just regular sea weather at this point.
Which way is the wind moving?
The wind is actually pushing you out to sea towards, towards the direction of the fog.
So we're moving towards the fog. The fog is not moving towards us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Whew. All right. I was like, if this fog is coming against the wind.
No.
Two arms.
It's a Legolas moment. It's moving fast against the wind.
Beautiful. Yeah, Jal is just taking that moment to watch Ashcaleen disappear and looking forward towards the fog or the mist, whatever it may have been, in the distance. And he'll probably just head back towards Neska and Ivar to discuss what the next move is other than surviving.
At this point, Neska, did you just pass me into the captain's quarters after we discussed? Or are you still?
Yeah, I wanted to go in and just make sure that Yoshu was okay. And you put concern in her head, so she does want to also check out the wound.
Great. I probably would, since I see Jal approaching, I will probably intercept with him as I go.
Care to join me and explore below deck?
Yeah, sure. Why not? And he's going to kind of like stretch a little bit, kind of get a kink out of his shoulder and lead the way.
Okay. Before we begin exploring below deck, Neska, we're going to follow you. You enter the captain's quarters with Ivar just leaving after your conversation. You inspect, you see a lot of the same things that Ivar has already seen, especially the charts on the round table. You see Rihanna on the off in the far corner. She is sound asleep at this point, which is a relief considering everything that someone like her has been through. You see Yanshu on the cot, breathing heavily, just restfully though. Not in a way that is concerning or anything, but just like at this point he is not moving. He seems to be resting at this point. What do you do?
I do want to creep up and get as close to him as I possibly can.
All right. Give me a stealth check.
I'll risk it. Shouldn't have.
Famous last
no.
words.
What did we get? What did we get?
9.
9? Okay.
3 plus 6.
Okay. All right. 9.
It's fine.
As you are moving towards the bed, there's a sudden swell that of the waves that brings the ship up and then drops it down. And for somebody lying on a bed, they're not really going to notice it as much. But with someone who is still trying to get used to the bob and weave of this ship, you were just like, oh, and you trip off of one of your feet and you just make a little bit of a noise. Yanshu stirs ever so slightly, but does not appear to be awakened or alerted in any way.
Insight.
Oh my god, paranoid. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me an
This is
insight
your
check.
buddy, by the way.
Yeah, there's I have questions. What is my insight? Also, not much better. What's 8 plus 6? I can't math.
14.
14? Yeah.
All right, with a 14, yeah, there's really not any way for you to tell whether or not sleep still has a hold of Yanshu, or if he is just mimicking someone who would be asleep in order for you to get closer to him.
He is well trained. I'm going for it. I'm going in.
Okay. How close are we going in? Are we going right up to him and just starting to like look at
I'm not going to touch him, but yeah, I'm going to get right up to him.
All right.
Actually, no, screw it. I will touch him.
Okay. You get right up to him and you sort of peel back the collar of the tunic that he is wearing. And you sort of like bring up the leather armor that he had on him. Just sort of like peel it back, and you're looking directly at the neck wound. Give me a medicine check.
What is my mod fit? Also plus 6. Damn. I hate this dice. 11.
Yeah. Given
Swapping it out.
given how unfamiliar you are with this type of a wound, there doesn't appear to be any decline in his health as a result of it. It is a gnarly neck wound, but it doesn't necessarily, it's bite marks, but it doesn't necessarily have any like lasting effects, like lasting oozing or not anything necrotic in nature that you can see. And it doesn't seem to be taking anything more from him than it has already been taken. He seems to be resting soundly.
All right, so nothing like what appeared on my arm when I was bitten, how it had all that black poison in the sewers. Like, it doesn't have that.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, it does not have any. It does not have any of that.
Perfect. I'm just gonna whisper in Abyssal. rest easy, and then I'm going to walk out.
All right. You utter that sort of a blessing on Yanshu, and then you walk out. You see Jal ascending the up to the area where the tiller is, along with oh no, I'm sorry. You guys are going down. As you exit the cabin, you see them going down into the hold. You guys pull back the grate. And you see some stairs that descend. At the bottom of which there is a wooden pillar. Wooden pillars on both sides of the stairs. One of which has a nail that has a lantern affixed to it. There also is on the opposite side a torch or an unlit torch.
The sun is rising, right?
The sun has risen. At this point, it is, given how much time it has taken you to get underway, the different activities that you've had, it was already getting into the morning when you first left Ashcaleen. We'll say that we're hitting around 11 a.m. It's heading towards midday.
Okay, so it's probably with the grate above the hold. It's probably bright enough down here.
Yeah,
That
and
would probably save
bright
a lot
enough
of
for you to
things.
see. I believe. No, Ivar, you don't have dark vision.
I do.
Yeah, you do. That's right.
Have crazy dark vision.
But I would probably like if even if there's, I mean, considering it's below deck, I will probably still grab the lantern.
Okay.
Just to make sure that I cover any areas that may be too dark, any nooks or, corners.
Sure.
If I see him grab it, I'll prestidigitation light it so that it's nice and quick.
You light it. Just Ivar, suddenly you were briefly looking for like tinder or some kind of means to light the lantern, and suddenly the lantern is lit.
I probably just see the like I just grab and I look at him.
Quite useful. Still quite useful.
And then I
If
just
nothing,
start.
but if nothing, I will just light your way.
Okay. Neska, you see them descend into the hold. What do you choose to do?
Nah, I'm gonna leave them be. I'm gonna find a sunny spot and just warm myself up. Enjoy this rare moment.
As the ship is just about to enter this fog bank,
Oh shit, forgot about that.
there really isn't necessarily a sunny spot, but we'll say that sort of an instinct that you have is that fog bank. I might want to jump back on the tiller at this point, just to be safe. At this point, I'll say if that's what you're choosing to do.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump back.
Okay, yeah, okay. So give me another, I guess, piloting check. Give me a straight intelligence check.
Eight.
Yeah, with an 8, you have your hand on the tiller. You're looking off into the distance, and you're basically just doing your 180. Just one side to the other side, constantly keeping an eye on the front of the ship, making sure that there's nothing obstructing your path. And we'll leave you there for that moment. Jal and Ivar. As the lantern illuminates the deck or below decks, you see that there is actually not only a substantial amount of spices, which would explain the smell, but there's also a lot of hanging hammocks for members of the crew who would usually man this ship. It's sort of like the hold is both a hold for cargo, but also for the crew as well.
Beautiful dreams.
Give me Jal, you actually give me a history check.
History? I do not. That's a total of a 4.
Our rolls. Wow.
Thank
Just
God it's
get
not
them out of the
combat.
way. Get them out of
Couldn't
the
be
way.
more. Yeah, like thank God this is now and not like when we're fighting.
If I had the choice between it was a 5 on the die, just letting you guys know. But I'd rather have the 5 on the die for my history homework rather than the grapple with the vampire.
Yes, indeed. Given your experience as we'll say a lawman of the city, looking around, this ship seems to be pretty much above board as far as you can tell. Yeah, seems to be fairly standard. Looks like someone might use it as a pleasure yacht, but it also might use it for business as well. At this point, you guys spend about 20 or so minutes just down in the hold, just looking around. Looks to be full of very rare spices. Can't really tell where from, and really can't tell what unless you wanted to like open up the crates. But it's sort of a very sweet, sultry aroma that has filled the area below deck.
There's nothing written on the crates in Common, Dwarvish, Elvish, or Primordial.
There is not.
Would I be able to roll something to see if any of the smells is familiar from my travels?
Give me a history check.
That's a 9.
On a 9.
Our luck continues.
The
On a
crate opens
9.
up and eats me. Got it. I get it.
On a 9, you on a 9, you really can't pinpoint anything specifically, at least in terms of your recollection, having been on ships and, of course, hailing from the part of the world that you hail from, where the majority of people are merchants and merchant seafarers. You are not really, but at the same time, given what your people are doing, you are not like that. You're not a merchant. You are not from a merchant family. You're very much a soldier. Or that's where your background is. And so this trying to figure stuff out like that is not really where your expertise lies. So yes, you spend the next better part of 20 or so minutes just getting the lay of the land inside the deck, below decks. But after a while, looks fairly mundane as far as a yacht is concerned. Head back. You get back above deck, and you close the grate.
The only thing that I would want to check else is I just would want to count the number of hammocks that are down there so I can get a rough idea of how much this boat is supposed to have.
A very quick inspection reveals that there are 7 hammocks.
A little undercrewed.
Yes. For managing things quickly, getting somewhere quickly. Yes, it's not that you guys can't manage, it's just that it's going to take you time.
Bless you.
So yeah, you return to the main deck. At this point, you see Neska manning the tiller. What do you choose to do?
I will probably gesture Jal toward Neska and start heading there.
I'd follow.
Okay, you go both ascend the stairs to where Neska is located. At this point, the breeze has slowed down. You're not moving as quickly. You realize it's sort of like a settled down. The fog bank is sort of around you at this point. It's sort of just moving around you, but also through you on the main deck.
What's our, like, how thick is this fog? Like, how much can we see beyond the edge of the ship?
I would say your visibility is pretty well halved at this point.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, once we reach Neska, I start by asking her,
How's your friend?
Resting.
Hmm. Well, I suppose this is a good time as any for us to discuss where are we heading. I spoke to the lady. She said that she hails from Brecca. I do not know if either one of you has a particular destination or desire, but I go whatever fate leads me, and perhaps taking this woman to safety is the one good thing that we can do after the destruction that we have faced.
At the very end of that sentence, speaking to Neska, the effect drops on that spell.
Oh, it's been 8 hours.
My
Okie
popcorn.
dokie. Let's go. Let's go.
Where's my popcorn?
okay.
In terms of feeling, the warm sensation, the almost hypnotic effect of the command spell, that
Suggestion.
the suggestion spell, thank you, that Neska placed on Ivar, the warm feeling that you have towards Neska in this moment, it suddenly is replaced by a feeling of confusion. And it's suddenly the world around you suddenly narrows, and you're looking at them, and and you see Jal, but it suddenly is like, where am I? What? Not necessarily you know where you are, but like, what happened?
I need to message you something.
Okay.
My heartbeat. Oh, I've been waiting for this.
Completely unrelated. Neska, what's your AC?
Completely unrelated. 16.
Oh,
Noted.
Good.
Just gonna write that down.
Okay, I messaged you on Discord.
I'm gonna say yes.
That
I'm
makes me
gonna say
nervous.
yes. I'm gonna say yes with a slight caveat, in that it is a feeling that you feel within the scabbard at your side, almost like a vibration, and the very hint of a whisper. Deceiver.
Ivor finishes the sentence, and he's looking at Neska as he's saying it, and you see his face. He was about to say something else, and then you see his face.
What did you do to me?
What do you mean?
Something is amiss. And you are the source of it.
I get that a lot.
Do not toy with me, child. My will has
Child?
been broken and rebuilt many a time. And if you are willing to play with it, at least own it. Now I'll ask again. What did you do to me?
I saved your life.
Explain yourself.
You wanted to run into a horde? To your death.
So you chose to bend my will for your own purpose.
For yours. You seem to be destined for something much greater than the death of some measly vampires.
And yet this great, great plan has been conceived by you. Is that what you think? I may not remember how I got here in the first place or how you came to trap myself in my own mind, but I remember the fear in your eyes. And now you claim it was a plan, some great purpose. No, 'twas fear. And fear led you to break my will and use it for your own purpose.
And what would you have had me do?
It's not.
The only two people that I have ever come to respect run off to their death.
Respect. Respect.
Jal, you're seeing this conversation take place. What are you doing?
I sent you a message.
Dusting
Yes, you
ice
did.
and sugar on the popcorn.
Very well. Thank you.
Respect. Respect is nothing without honor. And honor cannot be built without trust. You've broken mine. And to mend it, I have yet to think of a way for you to find your way to it. Break them both. Choose the path and leave me out of it.
And I just turn around and walk away.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Quiet. Turn and face them. She did something to us. Bend them to your will.
I'm going to need you to give me a wisdom saving throw, Ivar.
21.
Ooh. Boy.
You hear, you all hear, because he doesn't say this quietly. You just hear as he's going down the stairs, he stops halfway down the stairs and you just hear, "Silence!" And he just walks away and just heads to the front of the ship.
With that exclamation, the sword vibrating in its scabbard stops, and there is silence. The vibrating and sort of the numbing effect that takes place when the voice is speaking has stopped. And in this moment, as you leave behind two influences at this point, there is suddenly almost the feeling of a burden falling from your shoulders as the effects of the suggestion spell have fully worn off at this point, but also the sudden emergence of the voice has, for the time being, stopped asserting control. And with that exclamation, you descend the steps. Jal, just because of the message you sent. Neska, give me a perception check.
$11.
It's a fairly easy thing to see. Jal breathes a sigh of relief, and in his hand is a glowing ball of green energy that he
You are
swallows
holding an attack?
and pulls back and just sort of it dissipates into nothingness. What did the two of you do?
Was that for me or for him?
My money was on him. You seem to be.
Only because I spent all my energy keeping the both of you alive.
Hey.
Everyone best come correct when coming at Neska.
So
She
Jal's
feisty.
like during that whole exchange that Jal and Neska just had, just watching Ivar, making sure that he got to, I don't know if he like goes into a room or just goes to the opposite end of the ship.
Oh,
whatever.
he immediately just goes in the furthest point away from you on the ship, all the way to the front.
When he kind of gets to that point, then I'll turn my focus to Neska and just go, so what happened?
You're muted.
Damn it. Thank you. I used a spell on him. I suggested that it was in everyone's best interest to stay alive. His will was his own. I may have influenced it, but I did not control it. And yes, he is correct. I felt fear for the first time in my life. And I did not enjoy it.
Jal's just going to kind of nod. He's going to, like scratch his head for a moment. Well, my takeaway here seems you kind of influenced us both to not go in there. And while I probably would have been fine, we are alive and probably better for it. Can't say I approve of the methods, but I've never been a person to really play by the rules myself. So give him some time to calm down, I hope.
I hope you realize I did not do that to you.
True, but it was 2 against 1.
Again, your will was your own.
My will's always my own. He says, with like taking complete shift in tone to brash cockiness.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for your help, nonetheless.
He'll come around. Or he won't. But he'll probably come around. Maybe when he stops talking to himself.
Yeah, no one was speaking when he yelled.
There's 4 other people on the ship. Half of them are sleeping. The other half he was walking away from. I mean, he's pious. Maybe he's talking to... Which deity does he serve again? A Minotaur? May have the pronunciation wrong. But I don't know.
Well, I would just like you to know as well that I will be true to my word. I promised to help you, and I will.
At this point, I'll take all the help I can get.
Not that I believe Ivar will believe it, but the same applies to him too. I didn't
believe it.
lie. I didn't lie either when I said you two were the first I've ever come to respect.
I get that a lot. Now, it did kind of sound like he kind of volunteered to be along for the ride, so any ideas on where you're going to be steering us, Captain?
Not a clue. My home is not this direction.
Mine's on fire. So...
Neska visibly scrunches her face. Was like, "Ooh, that was a bad thing to say."
Party foul.
Ooh.
He doesn't seem perturbed by it. But that being said, he'll just kind of think for a moment and go, he did mention Rihanna. We could try to get her home. Whatever happens with us, she doesn't need to be along for that ride.
No. And my mission is now a bust. So I have nothing better to do.
Mission. You have to report?
I will eventually.
There's
if I can find someone to report to.
There's no have to report in by this time, or I don't know, we consider you dead, and if you're alive, you're considered a deserter, and there's going to be a 10,000 gold bounty on your head, or anything crazy like that.
No. My people are not so emotionally connected as yours. If we do not reply, if we cease to exist, we are written off.
That's cold.
It is how it has always been.
Some might say cold-blooded, and he'll just kind of like do a 180 to like look at the horizon.
For anyone who doesn't get the joke, Neska is a Yuan T.
But these two don't know that yet.
We've seen some things.
Ivar saw you. Ivar saw you end of last session.
He has seen me without my mask, but I don't know if he's familiar with my race. And every time he's
Oh.
cast the detect thing, I come back as unaligned human or humanoid.
I did get to touch and know that your body was
You-
cold. So
yes,
I do have that now. Just two
Yes,
references.
you have a little bit of knowledge, but no confirmation of what I actually am.
Yeah.
Although you did study Yoshu, so you might have more of an idea now as well.
Hmm.
Do you have something else to say?
Not really. I was just gonna make sure. Yeah, if we are gonna be heading to Sirasteer, and then eventually Brecca, make sure that we get a proper heading. This is out of game. I know that there's, if I remember correctly, there's some chain of islands in our way, right?
So I will there I believe pinned in our Discord there is a map. Or there was maybe.
There is.
I see picture references pinned. I don't know. I don't wait.
I see pictures. I think that these are all Ashcaleen.
Yeah, I see pictures and forms pinned, but I don't know that the map is pinned.
Okay, let me just quickly I will give you a screenshot. It's a screenshot of the map.
The part of the map that would be relevant. Yeah, we got a ways to go. So would I know on average what kind of time frame it is Ashcaleen to Brecca?
It's across the Pervian Sea and the Sea of Hilo. And it would take you, based off of your current speed and heading, it would take you a couple of weeks to get to Brecca.
Oof. And I'm no sailor, but do I believe that this is a true open water vessel, or should we be trying to stick to the coast as much as possible?
This is a vessel that is an open water vessel, but it is not necessarily built to withstand some of the larger weather that you might might encounter on the open sea. Usually, the people who would be piloting this ship would try to steer clear of, really bad weather if they can help it.
So that's another thing. We saw a bunch of crates of spices. Did we see anything resembling food or a way to purify water?
So there are, given your investigation earlier, you did find that there are several large crates of water, and there are, this would be in the back portion of the hold, there are provisions as well. Based off of when you were originally were taking the vessel, you realized that it was in the process of being loaded.
Okay.
So it doesn't have a full stocked amount of provisions. Looks about enough provisions for maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
For 5 people?
Well, for 9 people.
Oh, so that's beneficial for us. Okay. Alrighty. So considering all this knowledge, Jaw will then say, we did see that there was a good amount of food and water below the deck. we got a few weeks at sea before we hit Siristeer. So, I mean, we can make it, but I'll be honest, I'm a soldier, not a sailor.
My experience on ships is limited. I would not feel comfortable commanding this ship any further than necessary.
Hmm.
Perhaps our bride might know more.
Yeah, you're right.
Let us give them time to rest. And Ivar to calm down. Make a plan and go from there.
All right. During my inspection, did there ever happen to be a mirror anywhere?
A mirror.
Yeah.
No, there is not a mirror on as far as what you can tell, there's not a mirror on the ship.
Gotcha. Well, as a lesson in trust, I guess, because he has no other way to go about checking on this, he's going to pull the collar of his shirt down and look at Neska and just go, "How's it look?" Talking about his own bite.
Gnarly, but clean. You will live. I
don't
assume.
feel like it, but you assume.
Should I make a medicine check?
Sure, give me a medicine check.
Out of game, my vampire was apparently next level, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
There
we go. That's a dirty 20.
Hey!
Hey!
Finally.
At last.
All right.
I rolled a 14.
It's because I'm cooperating and not asleep.
Yeah.
I have to wrestle the shirt off you.
It's a mutual energy kind of thing, you know?
Exactly.
So take under close examination, this bite mark does not seem to have any signs of necrosis or anything around the wound. There's definitely not any blackening of the veins that you had encountered before. This wound does not appear to be causing Jal any ill effects at this point.
Other than my almost 20 missing maximum hit points.
Correct.
Just get some rest. You'll be fine.
All right.
How's the fog looking? Is it continuing to thicken and encroaching, or?
At this point, based off of, I would say, based off of visibility, your visibility currently at this point is like out by 3/4. You're not able really to see that far beyond the front of the ship. You're still in the thick of the fog bank, though. And based off of your, wait, one of you has the keen mind, correct? No, none of you have keen mind at all.
I
There's nothing keen about this mind.
All right. Actually, Neska, give me a perception check.
Oh, she continues. 23. No, 20. Wait, 21.
21. As you stare up at the mainmast, again trying to determine the time of day, just the faintest of sunlight sort of breaks through the top of the fog bank, and you're able to get a sense that it is well past midday at this point. You are heading into late afternoon. At this point, the fog bank is just you're traveling in it right now, and it is moving with the ship. What at this point, what do the rest of you choose to do? I did get your message, Ivar.
Jal was told to take a rest, so instinct is to go below deck or captain's cabin, but remembering the altercation between Neska and Ivar, decides probably better to post up on deck. Just find a spot to sit down, maybe a little bit of an area to recline. Doesn't fall asleep at this point, maybe unless he's not disturbed for a few hours, but definitely just relaxing until he's called to help with something.
Okay. Neska.
Mm-hmm. You know what? She'll stick her head in on the cabin and just make sure that our two companions, two stowaways are okay. And then seek out Ivar.
Okay. Give me a piloting check. Again, straight intelligence.
Okay. Intelligence 19.
19. Okay. As you begin to prep the rope to hold the tiller in place, given that you are an undermanned vessel, this is a method that you're going to have to use frequently unless you decide to give up control of tilling the ship to another member of your crew. You tie off, but before you do, you see in the fog bank there appears to be just a sliver of lighter fog, and you immediately steer the ship, and it's moving in sort of the the south easterly direction. And you sort of you're trying to hit the hole basically of this fog bank, trying to make your way out into more open waters, less obscured. And we'll say, yeah, you're able to get through, you're able to get inside, and eventually you are able to get free of the fog that has sort of been following you for the better part of the afternoon. As you tie off the tiller to maintain your course, you descend the steps, head past Jal, who is sort of taken up his position right at the bottom of the steps at the side of the ship. He has sort of wrapped himself in one of the blankets that was in the captain's cabin, and he has at this point, unless you have something you want to do, Jal, he has at this point closed his eyes and appears to be sleeping. Neska, you approach Ivar. As you do, as you approach him, as you get closer to him, you hear him muttering words. You hear Ivar. You see Ivar with his head bowed and his eyes closed, and his fingers are in a configuration, as he appears to be uttering a prayer. What do you choose to do?
I will wait a moment and see if he reacts to my presence, and then just slowly make my way. And Ivar's kneeling.
He is standing at the very front of the ship.
Okay. I'll keep a respectable distance, but do you mind if I join you?
He doesn't say anything.
I apologize if I overstepped. fear is not something I am accustomed to, nor is respect for others. And I take my promises very seriously. Emotions are foreign to my people. So when I felt that fear, admittedly, I panicked. So I would like to apologize. Apologizing is also a new concept.
Ivar stays silent for a long pause. And then his eyes look up as he realizes the fog clearing.
It appears the fog is receding. Our fates are intertwined, Neska. I know not how. I know not the purpose. Whatever it may be, we are bound by it.
He slowly turns around to see her.
We shall do what we must. For now, that is all I can give you. Duty. Beyond that, the path still remains unknown.
Very well.
So,
I have.
have we decided where we're heading?
Not yet. We were waiting for the others to wake up and then create the best course of action. However, if you have any plans or ideas, I am open to them.
I'm going to, I was going to reach into one of his pockets to produce the compass. And he would notice that we are going southeast, correct?
Southeast, yeah.
If we are to continue to wreck our other places, we may want to veer in a different direction. Going south and east may lead us to the Dreaming Isles. We have no business there.
Do you believe this ship to be capable of traversing the wide open waters?
I believe there are better ports along the way for us to stop.
You have been to the Dream Isles?
Yes. I know my purpose does not dwell there.
Very well. Then where do you, for lack of a better word, suggest we find a better... I'm not casting!
We'll save.
Where do you suggest we make port and find more appropriate transportation?
He pauses for a moment, then extends his hand, offering the compass.
You are the captain. You'll figure it out.
She'll accept the compass, and she'll be very careful not to touch Ivar. I appreciate your trust.
He just holds a very intense stare, but he doesn't respond to that.
Neska, what are you in terms of this? What are you wearing?
Probably maskless.
Okay.
So I would have revealed. I think I took it off once we got onto the
Yes.
yacht, and I haven't put it back on yet.
Okay. Ivar, give me a perception check. Because you've been staring at each other for this entire conversation.
That's a 21.
Damn.
Because Neska is not actively trying to disguise her appearance. Neska, what does Ivar see?
Ivar sees now in clear detail that there are what appear to be ridges originally are actually scales that sort of protrude underneath her eyebrows. So like her eyebrow ridges are slightly raised, and the black and red markings that were around her eyes are also actually scales. They just sort of the cheekbones and like a little bit around the temple. There's a little bit down her forehead and some under the neck. Her nostrils are slightly more slitted than usual, and her eyes are also slitted. And every time she blinks, there is a secondary set of eyelids that go horizontally before her actual external eyelids close. Very reptilian. There's more on her exposed shoulders. She's not wearing her cloak anymore.
Ivar's taking note of this, but he doesn't say anything or refer to it as of now.
Okay. All right. So, based off of this interaction, we know that Ivar does not wish to go to the Dream Isles. He, as of right now, also there is talk of the destination being Suristir, being Bracca, in terms of returning Rihanna back to her lands. At this point, we're starting to get into a period of the day where the sun is beginning to set. Is at this point also Jal is asleep. Unless Neska, you want to pilot the ship into the night. Are you willing to cede control of the ship to other members of this party?
Yes. Neska will offer to show anyone how to steer. I'm not a sailor. I don't know the correct terms, but like use the big wheelie thingy.
The tiller.
That's
yes.
it. Yeah, use the tiller. Because she does not wish to make the mistake and exhaust herself and jeopardize everybody.
Who are you willing to are you okay? So at this
Anyone.
point, Jal is asleep. So Ivar, are you willing to take the helm?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ivar would take the fact of the different level of silence quiet in his head. It's something that he's happy to enjoy for as long as he can. So if it means staying awake first and also helping the ship go to potentially another port on the map away from the Dreaming Isles, then he would.
All right. We'll say at this point, I enter the captain's cabin. You take the charts up to the top the top deck and where the helm is. And I'm going to need you to give me an intelligence check for piloting this ship.
Intelligence check.
Yep. Straight roll, then add your intelligence modifier.
That's an 18.
Hey, very good. All right. As you glance down at the map and you see the outline of where the Dream Isles are, which indicates to you that this ship has actually never been there, but they know where the islands are located. You see where they're located on the map, and as you begin to steer the ship ever so slightly, making an east course, a course due east. Again, not steering towards the south, but making due east. The voice returns. That was very wise of you. Very, very wise, Ivar. No need to be going to the Dream Isles. There's nothing there for you anymore. Best to head east. Who knows what adventures lie in store for you there? Perhaps a good chance to spread the good news of a Mantar.
Ivar just takes a deep breath as he listens to the voice, feeling the weight return. And he just speaks to himself. May the light guide me. May the light guide me. May the light guide me.
It is interesting that as you are saying this, almost a prayer, that the sun is setting. Neska, as you relinquish the control of the helm to Ivar and you descend the steps, where are you sort of posting up for? We'll say that it's going to be a 2-hour watch where Ivar is going to take the helm. Next up will be Jal. Afterwards,
I'll go below deck.
you go below deck. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, like into the
captain's cabin.
captain. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. You went to the captain's cabin. There are some pillows and blankets that aren't being used by Rihanna, and you sort of put together like a makeshift, like.
Can I actually just take a pillow? Sorry, I want to take a blanket, and I want Yoshi to know I'm there. If he's still asleep, I don't care if I wake him. He's been asleep all day. I'm going to climb onto the bed and sort of like sit against the wall with like my legs over his knees.
Okay. All right. Yep, you do that. Yoshi does not stir. But he does sort of very gently, with no intention behind it whatsoever, just sort of almost as a precaution, like a precautionary step, like it's a subconscious thing. with his hand, he just very gently puts his hand on your leg for a brief moment, just to like, and it's like he's almost figuring out who it is. And then realizing that it's you, just takes his hand away and just falls back into a deep sleep. Sleep does not come easily for Neska in this moment, as really the flood of everything that has transpired, all of your many clandestine missions in the streets and below the surface of Ashcaleen, all of the knowledge that you have accumulated, all of the experiences that you've had hiding your presence in the city of Ashcaleen as you gained information and reached out to contacts within the city, and then experiencing the sudden shock and realization that there is a much larger game afoot within the sewers. The events that transpired meeting Ivar and sort of Jal at the Sleepy Nook and traversing the sewers, discovering what you discovered, and surviving the fall of the great city of Ashcaleen. All of that is replaying in your mind. And it is difficult to find sleep. But finally, sleep does come. And you have your legs over Yoshu's knees. And you sort of just tighten, almost like a reflex, as you're sort of, you know how when you experience moments of trauma, your body tenses? In that, you feel his hand very gently against your leg, almost like reassuring, oh, you're there. Withdraws. And it has almost a relaxing effect that you're not entirely sure to what extent the remainder of the network has survived, or whether it is just the two of you. But at least in knowing that there are two of you, you know that the mission is not a complete loss. And so eventually sleep does find your eyes, and you breathe softly, and you begin to sleep and slumber. Jal. I'm sorry, actually, Ivar. I need you to give me a perception check.
Back to sleep.
7.
Okay. As you spend the next 2 hours, the ship has finally completely departed the fog bank and has left it far behind. You see the moon. You see the stars. And you sort of have the sextant and the compass, and you're looking out across the sea and you're positioning the stars. And you, despite the unease that the voice gives you, you have a sense of relief knowing that you are not headed towards the Dream Isles and what fate might lie for you there. But there is a sense of unease. You're heading to towards a land that you've never been to before. In that moment, that unease is clouding your mind, and it's keeping you in a very anxious and nervous state. Eventually, though, 2 hours does pass by. And Jal is, it is Jal's turn for the watch. And so you come down and you shake him awake.
I don't smell breakfast yet.
Tis your turn to fulfill the duty of navigation.
He's gonna kind of like sit around, watch, see Ivar. Remember that the last decision he made was to rest on the deck so that he could watch Ivar just in case something happened with Neska. And go, crap. And then just kind of sit up again and go, yeah, all right, okay.
Ivar probably will hand the compass that he probably took back from Neska when he started taking over the navigation. He would say to him,
We are headed east.
Sir steer? Or did we make that decision? Or how long have I been asleep?
I know not. The night has kept me occupied in my thoughts.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's no big deal. That's whatever. Alrighty. How do you work this thing? And he's gonna like kind of look at the sextant, turn it around so that he's looking through it the right way. And take a second, maybe ask a few questions on like, what are you using for your heading and so on and so forth. And all right, I got it.
Ivar, give me a history check to see how well you explain the heading, how to use the helm, how to navigate using the charts and the sextant and the compass.
we're gonna die in a reef.
We're gonna die.
I rolled an 8.
You rolled an 8. Okay.
We're gonna end up
wake
we're
up
gonna end
underwater.
up back in Ashcaleen. I'm seeing it over there. I'm gonna wake up and we're gonna be back in Ashcaleen.
I
So
thought that I was using that pillar of smoke as the heading.
Not to put words in your mouth or anything, Ivar, but basically this is what it looks like. Well, you see, there's this round wheel thing, and you turn it, and the ship goes the way you turn it, and you really want to be steering. The wind's gonna take the sail, and you're looking at the mast there, and you see the stars. Well, the stars, you want to be pointed towards that one over there, because that's the way. That's east. And you look at the compass, and well, you see, east is that way, so keep going that way.
I am never taking
if
Ivar
you
on
see
a ship
things-
ever again.
If you see things, in the way of the ship, like don't hit them.
You made this sound so much like the
So
small
painful.
town.
I would like
truck
to
stop asking for
apologize.
directions.
I'd like to apologize to the Paladin community.
I play a paladin on Saturdays, so I accept your apology.
Thank you.
Jal, you sort of take all of this, and it sounds reasonable. I mean, like, don't crash the ship. That's right. Okay. You take the compass and the sextant, and you're like, okay. East. Keep pointing east. Got it. And you basically just put your hand on the tiller and just like try not to move.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how it's explained, and that seems logical. We're going east.
Give me a straight intelligence check. Add your modifier.
I don't want to add my modifier. It's a bad modifier. I can't add my modifier. It's a negative number. That's a 10 total.
You're really good not moving that helm at all. You're just like holding it steady. Pointed east. At this point, though, Ivar, what are you choosing? Are you choosing to fall asleep? Are you going to continue your meditation, or?
Does the weight of my shoulders that I felt gone earlier, is that back since the moment that the voice spoke to me again?
No, it is not. It is not back. It stopped. It gave you words of encouragement, and then
Vanished again.
left you alone.
I think Ivar would take himself down to below deck with the lantern and find a quiet spot where he would kneel, like get on his knees, just sitting down on his knees and continue his meditation. He doesn't necessarily know specifically what he wants to ask. He just feels this desire to try to reach his deity, Amanatar, to see there's something in him that is just making him want to ask the questions and try to speak to that deity now, because this like quiet that he's feeling hasn't been there before. And so for the first time in a long time, he's just wondering what would it be like to try to pray and actually speak to my deity, and what would I get from them.
Give me a religion check.
17.
17. What questions are you? This is a prayer. There is a almost a liturgy that you go through when you pray, a format of how to pray when you are trying to speak to a Monitar, and you go through that, and there's still the same silence. What questions are you asking?
Amanatar, I speak to thee now, as I always do, yet feeling a veil no longer there. There is a darkness I sense around me, within me, and yet I cannot lay eyes on it. I am feeling lost, and for the first time in a long time, I guess I am afraid to ask, yet I cannot help it. I seek enlightenment, Amanatar. I wish to understand this darkness that never ceases to abandon me. And that's what it says.
As you pray and as you utter these words, there is a calm that comes over you. There's a familiarity to the process as you begin to calm your body, calm your emotions, calm the unease that dwells within you. And this is something that you're achieving yourself. It's not something that is coming from outside of you. And your mind goes back trying to remember the process the last time that a monitor, am I saying that right? Amanatar spoke to you. And it was just the faintest of impressions, but the last time that they gave you direction was when you were building the shrine in Ashcaleen. And they were giving you specific dimensions of what materials to use and the height, width, and depth of certain pieces of it. And that was the last time that you can remember them reaching out. And as you really, it's almost like you're forcing your fist through a wall. And as you're just trying to push through, it's just this, it's not an oppressive darkness. the feeling that you get, the impression that you get, is actually far more terrifying. Because in this moment, there you just feel absence. There is nothing there to give a response. And in that moment, your body is calm. Your mind is moving at a feverish pace. And almost... Actually, I'll let the dice decide. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
13.
13. Your mind is moving at a feverish pace, and it's almost through just exhaustion that you just pass out. And you just, from like this clenched, prayerful stance, you suddenly just, and you just to one side, and you fall asleep. Jal. With a 10, you're holding the ship steady. I need you to give me a perception check.
14.
You said 14?
Mm-hmm.
Given that the moon is out, given that the stars are illuminating the water in front of you, and you have clear line of sight around you. But a 14, actually, hold on.
Oh boy.
That's never a good sign.
With a 14, at this point, you've gotten used to the sounds that the yacht makes as it parts the waters. And even though your piloting is not as skillful as, say, Neska or Ivar, you've gotten used to the sounds that your ship makes to some extent. You know what sounds are your boat. The 14, you hear the faintest sound of a bell that suddenly there's a slight ring of a bell, a ship's bell, and then it's almost like it's clutched and the bell sound is cut off and stopped.
I turn to the source of the noise.
Okay. As you turn on a 14, I'm going to say due north, directly north, moving slightly behind your boat, but about 1,000 feet off. There is you see another ship. And this ship, from the moonlight, you see it has yellow sails.
Would yellow sails give me significance?
Give me a history check. And I'll say,
Lovely.
as a lawman of Ashcaleen, you would know this, so give it to me with advantage.
That's what we like to hear. That's a 15.
Hey. Given that you as a member of the Red Guard in Ashcaleen, your purview, your command fell to the land. You were guarding the city. But every now and then, as you made your patrols around the docks, you would always strike up conversations with the odd the odd seaman or the odd captain that you would encounter. And occasionally some of them would speak about some of their experiences with pirates. And one thing that you know from your talks with them and the many tales and yarns that they would weave in trying to like engender excitement within you. Oh, the seafarer's life. You recall that they spoke of the 8 pirate families and the pirate alliance of the Shabazpur Isles. And you remember specifically the colors of the sails that the different pirate families used. And you remember that those with yellow sails are of the Charybdis Marauders.
All right. Furiously taking notes. So, okay, all of my experience playing Atlas and Sea of Thieves is coming down to this moment. So, I see them. We're heading east. They're due north. They're off the port side. A little bit trailing behind us. Do they have lights on? Lanterns lit or anything on deck, or is it just the moonlight that is keeping that out for me?
It is just the moonlight right now.
That means they don't want to be seen. Do we have any lights on deck?
Currently, no.
Good.
Just the lantern. As far as you know, the only lights that are illuminated are the lantern that Ivar took below deck.
Good. And I don't recall any portals on the side of the ship or anything like that for viewing or other, right? That they could potentially see his lantern.
No. There are portals, but well, actually, you really don't know. But from what you remember of going down, you don't know that they're open, but there are portals on both sides of the ship for viewing.
Okay.
From your time below deck.
How far off are they?
Currently about 1,000 feet away.
1,000 feet. All right. That's, in the life of seafaring, is not really that much. So we're heading due east because I'm good at that. Which direction is the wind going?
The wind is blowing northeasterly. So you're able to take advantage of it currently, but it's sort of like they're moving right alongside you. Like not towards you, at least at this point, but they're moving parallel with your ship, just slightly behind.
That's not good. Shit. We have no weapons, and we look like a floating treasure chest. Yeah, that's
the greatest compliment anybody has ever said to me.
Okay. Shit. Okay. How long has Neska been asleep?
At this point, there have been 2 watches, so we'll say this is towards the end, so about 4 hours.
About 4 hours. That's not a long rest. Why doesn't everybody have a long rest?
I will say, given at this point, since the rules for short rests are at least an hour long, Jal, you've been asleep for 2 hours. And so you would be able to, or no, yeah, you were asleep for 2 hours. So you would be able to get your hit die plus your con for each hour, I believe, at least 1 hour long during which character. Oh yeah, so 2d whatever your hit die is, and then plus whatever your Constitution modifier is, and the same is for Ivar as well.
So
And
what do I
Neska.
get? Sorry. I can just click the short rest, right?
Yeah, you can click the short rest, and then it's going to ask you to roll. You're going to select how many hit die. So for Ivar, it's going to be 2. So 2 hit die. And then it's going to say 2 hit die plus your con mod. And then you're going to select take short rest.
Oh, I actually have to roll the hit die. I thought that it was going to do it in D&D Beyond.
Did this work? I don't think this worked.
3
You might
plus
actually have to roll physical dice.
7. That's 10 plus 4, 14.
So there's
HP.
a recover, says reset maximum HP and then automatically apply healing with dice results. So that's, do I check those boxes or no?
Not reset maximum HP.
Okay, automatically apply healing with dice
Oh,
results,
whoa,
yes.
actually reset. Yeah, you both would reset maximum HP. Maximum HP would be reset because I know that some of you took the necrotic effects damage.
That was a long rest. I hate to be a stickler for the rules.
Oh, that's right.
Vampires suck.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, you guys don't get the full advantage of a long rest, so you don't get to reset your maximum HP.
I think that only comes up for me. I don't think Ivar took vampire bite damage.
No, I don't think so.
But
Don't remember.
I'm having a hard time remembering if you did either, but I know Jal did. And I know
For sure.
Neska. Didn't Neska also take it or no? No. Okay.
Nope.
Nobody got close enough to Neska.
Nope. I mean, he was up in my grill, but it never touched me.
Yeah.
That's a bad spot to be, as close to Neska.
True that.
Okay, so not the reset maximum HP, correct? I don't check that one.
No,
and I click and I check too little of the boxes of the paladin head like the die. Is that what I do?
Yep.
So I check those boxes and I click take short rest.
Yes.
And then I say confirm.
Yep.
Relevant abilities have been reset. Okay.
Okay. Does your hit points change? Did they?
No.
I had to roll the dice
Okay.
manually.
So I do. So what do I do? Do I roll 2
whatever
D10s.
your hit die are? So for a paladin, D10s. So 2d10 plus
2d10s
what
plus
your
4.
plus 4. Oh, you have a plus 4 modifier, or no? Your modifier is a plus 2, right?
No, I have a plus 4
for con.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So that'd be 2d10 plus 8.
So
Yeah.
I got 10 total.
So 10 plus 8, so 18. So you get 18 hit points back.
Wait, where's the 8 from?
Because you rolled 2 hit die, you get your
Yeah.
Constitution modifier twice.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I was adding the Constitution already there, but just 4. So it would be 6 plus
14.
8, so 14.
14. Yeah. All right.
Tanky bastard.
Yeah. So heal for that amount, and Neska, you get your key points back. And Jal, you get your healing back, but not your max. Or you're able to heal up to your max currently.
Mhm.
And I'm assuming
Yeah.
spell slots only during long rest, right?
For you, it does.
Yeah.
Bam.
I need to rub it in. Jesus.
Yeah,
Just-
warlock.
Just keep
Yeah, but-
going east, you bastard.
Yeah, but Ivar gets more. You only get 2 of them. I mean, if you
Take a
want to play
bunch of
that
short
game,
rests. If we get a bunch of short rests, so yeah, I can have a bunch of spell slots.
Okay. At this point,
Yeah,
you
we're
are
gonna die.
you're at the end of your watch, Jal. And so you know that you're going to try and get. You know that Neska is the next up.
Yeah. In addition to that, how long has Yoshu been out?
Say about 8 hours at this point.
Oh, so he should have the benefits of a long rest. And this is when you tell us that he's a level 20 like rogue or something, right? That it was just brought down to nothing by a horde of vampires. Maybe.
that
canon
uncanny
in my
dodge
head.
saved his bum.
It's canon in my head until proven otherwise. So Jal's going to head towards the captain's cabin, make it 3 steps, remember that the helm moves on its own, tie the helm in place, then go into the captain's cabin.
You do your best to tie the helm in place and make sure that it doesn't move, and it's like you tie it the first time, and given your lack of skill with knots, we'll say you tie it the first time, and it's like you step away and you see it move just ever so slightly, and you're just like,
I get frustrated. It's a spool with like spokes, right?
suddenly it becomes like a Charlie Chaplin routine where you're like walk a few steps and it starts to move and you're just like eventually though you are able to get it so that it stays somewhat stationary.
I was gonna say that if it comes undone, I get frustrated, use my Pact of the Blade feature to conjure a greatsword and put it through the spokes into the deck so that it holds it in place.
Excellent.
Just jab it there and go, all right, and then go into the captain's cabin, the captain's quarters.
Fantastic.
Kind of right over to Neska, put a just kind of at a distance because I don't want to get a right hook from waking her up. Just kind of like nudge her a little bit until she opens her eyes, and then just go, we got a little bit of a situation.
Okay.
Of course we do.
Yeah, I mean, it's never easy for us. I mean, city blows up, undead vampires, we're all half dead. Pirates. There we go.
Pirates.
Yeah, they're like, he's gonna like orient himself with the ship, turn, and then point north and go about a little ways that way. If I was a sailor and not a soldier, maybe I could do some things here, but it's they're dark, they don't have any lanterns lit. Sounds like somebody hit a bell and then tried to silence it. They're trying to sneak up on us and it's not quite working. I just don't know how we're gonna get away from them because I'm a reckless asshole, but I really don't want to go against pirates in a yacht. You're muted. I didn't hear what you said.
Smart. Find Ivar.
Awesome. Got it. And I'm gonna head towards Ivar, which I saw him go below deck.
Okay. You go below deck. You find where the lantern is actually laying on its side, not in a dangerous sort of way. It's just next to Ivar, who looks like he collapsed. You come up to him, and I'm assuming you like try to shake him awake.
Oh, sweet summer child, come on, wake up. Like as I'm waking him up, I'm also gonna light the lantern. It just is, giving me bad vibes.
Ivar wakes up, disoriented, turns quickly toward jaw and just stares sort of with a kind of like a questioning, quizzical expression.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt your beauty sleep. We got a situation. You're needed on the deck.
What situation?
I'll give you a hint. It starts with a P and rhymes with pirates. That joke didn't work. Yeah, there you go. Let's go.
Um,
I'll be there.
Got it. And I'm just gonna. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no. I'm just gonna say I'm going at this point. I would say that when Ivar went down to rest, he took all his belongings with him. So he probably what he's gonna do is gonna put his armor back on before he goes above deck.
If I see him going for his armor, if I help him put it on, will that cut the time in half?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of turn, see you like picking up the breastplate, and just go, "All right, come on," and just start,
given your familiarity with
yeah.
the Red Guard armor, you get it done in half the time. It's like boom, 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 and you get him entirely suited in that armor. The armor fits like a glove, and you're able to make your way up topside to the deck.
Yeah, gonna head right to the helm. I'm gonna guess that once Neska was roused, she heads up there. That's what was my thinking.
Just
Can I ask? Sorry, guys.
just as a point of inquiry, are you doing this stealthily, or are you just making your way up?
I'm being honest. Jall's probably just trying to get from point A to point B. Kind of sort of meta knowledge. I'm pretty certain that we've been spotted. And for the record, I shouldn't be glowing right now, but that could change in a moment.
Okay. You guys make your way up to the top side. Neska is now, I'm assuming, taking the helm.
Yeah, I would have tried to spot where the pirate ship is.
Okay.
Has it moved closer than 1,000 feet?
At this point, it has closed the distance about 200 feet at this point.
Holy shit.
Oh, okay.
No, it's closed the distance 200 feet. It's at 800 feet
I was like,
now.
holy shit.
Sorry. Yes, it's on top of you.
Oh my god.
That's almost an Eldritch Blast range.
It's actually a steampunk airship, and it's just above us. Really, that's basically what's happening.
Well, if that happens, then
it's that Sea of Thieves meme video where it's like Captain.
And it just comes over this. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, they've definitely seen us. Don't have weapons. They haven't turned towards us. They're still running parallel.
It's gradual, which is how they've closed the distance. They're coming in to this in behind you. So they're coming in behind and alongside, trying to close the distance incrementally.
Okay. Just gonna start cursing in Abyssal. Do we have any... I'll have ripped the sword out and I'll have steered us further south just to gauge if they continue to turn with us.
So you're steering due south now.
Yeah, I'm going to change course a little bit.
Okay.
And see if they follow
south.
Give me a piloting check, just as you have done in the past.
I think it's plus 11.
Okay, so you steer the ship due south. You're not necessarily steering in a way that is subtle. It is a very sharp turn that you're making, a sharp tack that you're taking with the boat. And the moment that you start to adjust course south,
There we go.
The ship behind you, the yellow sails, also adjusts course.
All right. They know exactly where we are. Gentlemen, do either of you know if we have a lifeboat?
From checking the deck, top of the episode, was there a
There
rowboat?
is not a lifeboat.
These are such irresponsible rich fucks that owned this boat before us.
I believe we do have a potential lifeboat.
And then Ivar's just going to point at the pirate ship.
I'm picking up what you're putting down a little bit. Go on.
Well, as of now, we do not know what awaits us aboard that ship, but neither do they. I suppose we can try to take advantage of the situation. Should either of you were to be brave enough to let it come close. I am not one to be quiet, but I can definitely keep a few of them distracted long enough.
Are you proposing to be bait?
You call it bait. I call it an opportunity for them to have a glorious death.
We have injured on the boat civilians.
Do you intend to change that fate by merely just staying here until they catch with us?
I was hoping to flee into the night. I hate this emotion.
As of now, we do not know if they will attack directly.
At this point, Neska, you realize that the boat has closed its distance again and is now about 700 feet away.
It's up to you. We can decide to try to parley with these folk, or we can prepare for battle. Either way, it does not seem that our options are many.
In my experience, are the Charybdis marauders the parlay type?
Perhaps.
From the stories.
Perhaps. If all of you were human.
Ooh.
From the stories that you've accumulated by when you patrolled the docks and encountered the many captains, both naval and merchant, you do know that the Charybdis Marauders are an exclusively human pirate family. They do not suffer the other races. In fact, they're a very nasty pirate family in terms of the things that they've been known to do to non-human species that they've encountered.
So, thinking about this after Ivar talks about parlaying with them, he's just kind of gonna look and stare directly at those yellow sails and just gonna go, I don't think that the parlay is gonna go very well if we try that. I mean, technically, I don't have to wait for them to get closer.
Indeed. I have seen you float about some water.
Yeah, I can do a lot better than that. Do I
Yeah.
see any deck-mounted artillery? We're a ways off, but is that common in this setting for pirates?
Give me a perception check.
Because I'm so good.
Nailed
With a
it.
2. With a
Yeah.
2. You're all on the main deck by the helm. And Jal, you very quickly try to subtly try to quickly look over your shoulder to try and get a gauge, not only how close, but also to see what armaments they might be sporting. Currently, based off of the quick glance and how dark it is, you're not able to determine how many, but you are able to very quickly see they have them.
Mhm.
You can make out at least 2.
Are they side facing or forward facing? Is that not good enough?
The two that you see, they're in the front of the ship facing out.
So us being directly in front of them, we're not exactly in the line of fire.
Not yet.
Exactly. That's gonna change very quickly. Yeah. I don't really have a better idea other than some reckless bullshit. So
I
If we
believe, if I may, between these 2 ships, there is no way that this ship can fight against the other.
oh, absolutely
So if,
not.
so if we are to fight, we better remove the cannons from the equation. Aboard their ship, we fight them. Aboard this one, we fight them and their cannons.
That is true. And I cannot do anything long distance.
Perhaps it is time to wake up our friends. They should have a say in how they choose to face this peril.
At this point, Neska, just again, upon Ivar saying that, very quickly you look over your shoulder, and the ship is at least 500 feet away.
Did Joel, like you said that parley not really an option? Did you say why?
No, I just said that it's probably not gonna work.
Okay. So I have no idea why it won't. Okay.
Yeah. Remind me, Rihanna was human or
Human. Yes.
Okay.
Definitely from a different part of the world. Based off of the color of her skin, but she's human.
Yeah.
And what race is Ivar?
That you can see, he seems to be human. He has his hair is his complexion is pale, not like undead pale, but he's pale, and his hair has a fade, so it's you look like it's aging white, but it doesn't look like it's because he's older. It just looks like that's just the way that his hair is. Like it could be some sort of almost like ash, brownish, blondish. So he looks, for all intent and purposes, from looking at him, you would think that he's human of somewhere with pale skin.
400 feet.
Okay.
Why are you such a good DM?
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
I mean, we
Good
could just
DM?
sit and, we could
It's
just
like
sit
good
and talk
DM,
about hair
200.
color for the next couple of minutes.
Do I know what Yoshu is capable of, or do I just know him as a contact? Like
That was gonna be
how
my question.
yeah, how personally connected are we? Like what like
So you've never seen Noshu in a combat setting. You know him only by reputation. As before the last 2 days, you had only, or actually, yeah, before the last 2 days, you'd only encountered him very briefly at certain safe house areas or drop locations in Ashcaleen.
Okay.
And it was usually at a distance. But you do know him by reputation, and you know that he is skilled in hand-to-hand combat.
Okay.
And that he is very deft and experienced with daggers.
I think I know. Okay. If distance combat is not an option between our two boats, Yoshu and I can potentially hide, and if they draw near, board their boat and disable the cannons. Take them out from behind if you two are able to distract them from here.
Oh, I can distract them, but I wouldn't do it from here. I could definitely, if they come board with us, I can pull their attention to the other side.
I believe I have a thought. Jarl, against that vampire, you created a ray of sun above the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps we can use that as a distraction if it were to come from the other direction.
I mean, that would for sure draw their attention, but
We must consider Rihanna. We cannot leave
absolutely.
her to her doings. If you are going to use Yoshu to infiltrate their boat, then I believe one of us needs to stay here and make sure that she's safe.
There will be the two of you.
Jarl?
I think that I'd be more use circling and flanking them.
Then it shall be done. I will stay with Rihanna.
200 feet.
All right, now we're getting down to brass tacks. How much bigger than our boat is their boat?
How much bigger is their boat?
Yeah.
Your boat measures about 60 feet end to end. Their boat measures about 130, 140 feet.
So just off of that, like with it being more than double in size, Jal will just kind of look and just be like, I'm expecting at least a dozen, maybe more crew members that we would have to do something about.
Then we will. I suggest we divide and conquer. You ensure Neska, you and Yoshu ensure to get to their ship. He will try to draw them from above. I will try to draw some to our deck. We were counting on you to ensure those cannons do not reach us. For now, allow me to invite them over.
Raise
Get
the
ready.
sails. Slow down. They'll be more interested in taking the ship whole. It's worth more. So if we make it look like a surrender, maybe they'll just pull right up to the side.
Before we do that, allow us to get into position.
Absolutely.
100 feet.
I'm going to fly downstairs, get Yoshu, briefly
Okay.
explain the situation, and we're going to clamber up the mast and like have ropes so we can try and maybe swing across.
I'm going to make sure that I tell everybody when they get a chance. For the first time, Ivar actually takes out the shield and draws his sword with just one hand. He just looks at them as he goes.
If we had to die, die well.
Okay.
Thanks for that vote of confidence. And Jal is going to head to the rear castle. Nope, that's probably a bad idea. He's probably just going to head right for the bow of the ship and try to stay low and out of sight so that when the time comes, when they get close enough, he can drop down beside and then fly, hopefully under the radar.
Okay. Neska, you enter the captain's cabin. At this point, not subtly. You're the sort of the clatter of you entering through the door and coming in. Rihanna is sort of stunned awake. She sees sort of like a frantic worriedness in your eye as you begin to approach Yanshu, and she said, "What is going on? What is happening?"
Pirates. Ivar will protect
Pirates?
you. Hide. And hide well. Yoshu,
She
with me.
immediately she pulls the chest to one side, and she just sort of covers like with pillows and blankets and gets behind the chest, trying to obscure any view of her. Yanshu, you come over to him and you shake him awake. Neska, what is this? I'm sorry, I have been asleep. I have let my guard down. Thank you for letting me rest.
You needed it, but now I need you.
What? Why? What's
There
going
are
on?
pirates. I'm going to relay the plan. Pirates, we're going to infiltrate and disable their cannons. I hope your reputation precedes you.
Is he armed? Does he have a dagger?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
He has daggers. This is most unexpected. I was not thinking very well.
How healed is he looking? Like, has he had a full rest? Like,
He had a full rest.
I'm making sure.
This is D&D, and taking a nap brings you back to full health. Broken bones, everything is healed.
At this point, the wound in his neck is still very plainly visible and raw, but it does not, again, it looks like it is healing, as best you can tell without like further closer examination. At this point, though, he does seem to be, you wake him and he does seem to be revitalized. He checks his equipment at his sides. He pulls the collars of his tunic close and makes sure that the leather fastenings are tight. He says, I will follow your lead.
Don my mask. Let's go.
He sees you don your mask, and you see just a very subtle hint of a smile across his male Yuan-Ti face. And he pulls from his neckline. He pulls a black silk mask. And he pulls it up over his nose, and you see his reptilian eyes blink in recognition. What are you doing?
Muted.
You're muted.
Thank you. Quickly glancing about, what would be the best way to infiltrate the ship? Would it be the safest and stealthiest to swing from the mast, or if we're not going to have time to discuss that, let's just go with that plan.
So at this point, the ship is a little less than 100 feet away. At this point, looking very close. At this point, you can hear. Nobody is currently manning the helm, right? Who is manning the helm?
Doesn't look like it. Nope.
Whatever rope action. We're trusting on Jal's tying abilities.
There was a sword and I ripped it out.
Yeah, that's just free sailing now. We're going with the current.
Yep.
Because turned the boat sideways and left it.
That actually might work in our favor. They're gonna get close, and then the helm's gonna shift, and we might run into them.
Or we may hit, a land and die.
Oh, I just destroyed us.
It's okay. It's all right. We're taking their boat.
Okay. You make your way out of the captain's cabin, followed closely by Yanshu, Neska. As you turn, you see to your left the very beginning of the Charybdis ship coming alongside. And hold on one second. In black and gold lettering on the side, you see the name of the ship. It's not a name that you are familiar with, but it is a name. And you see, hold on. Wow. Wrong sheet. Hold on one second. You see the name emblazoned on the ship is that of Brzova, which is not a name you recognize per se, but you are familiar with certain aspects of history, especially that of a religious sort. And you are familiar with the concept of infernal beings in terms of history, and you know that Brzova is, at least in the teachings and histories that you've studied, it is a name of a famous succubus. That sort of jolts you. Okay, this is very ominous. At this point, you have, given the limited amount of time that you have, Jal, you are where?
Bow of the ship. It is at this point that I'd probably mage armor up. And pretty much when I start to see the before the bow of their ship crosses the bow of ours, I'm going to go over the front of the bow.
Okay. Are you doing this stealthily, or are you just throwing yourself
Oh,
off the
yes,
ship?
yes, stealthily. If I
Got
can, I'm going to... The first time they see me will be on the opposite side of their ship. Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Really quick, give me a stealth check. Ivar, where are you?
Basically, there's something that I would like to do when the ship is, starting to get close enough. But Ivar is basically standing on the deck just a few feet away from the entrance of the captain's quarters. Basically, he's on the deck, but at enough distance to make sure that whatever comes his way is not going to go to the captain's quarters. And if it is, he actually will be able to see it. But once everybody is in position, Ivar actually wants to do something and address the pirates.
Okay. First, before we do that, you're standing basically in the path that Yonshu and Neska are taking. You can choose. There are a couple things based off of the location you can do. You can try and ascend the mast stealthily and try to get up high and then try to swing across or jump across, given the distance that it separates the two. You can try and scale the side, the opposite side of your ship, and try to scale in behind and get behind the rearmost portion of their ship as it passes by, so that you would basically be coming in on the very rearmost portion of the ship by the rudder, and then you could ascend the back portion of their ship. Or you can try and do the same thing that Jal is doing. So there's two, or you can just stay where you are.
We'd want to get into position as quickly and stealthily as possible. Probably jumping over the side of our ship and then scaling around so we're completely out of sight. And then it depends on how close they're going to get. Can I see if there are any footholds or if any cannon doors are open that we could jump from the side of our ship onto theirs and crawl in?
Give me a perception check.
If they have cannons, they're going to be manned. We're going to be seen. Natural 20.
Okay. Very quickly, again, you and Yanshu, they're very quickly just trying to gauge distance. The thing is closing very fast. The thing you recognize is that if a ship is going to fire, they don't normally get this close before firing. They usually start firing further off, which means that if they're getting this close, they intend to board because they've not seen any indication of any real fighting force on this ship. Good. They also think it's a yacht, which it is. So I've just been rolling perception checks for people as they've gotten closer. So there actually has been a point where they've looked and nobody was at the helm. So, for all they know, the ship is abandoned.
Yeah, that's
amazing.
Yeah, we did a good thing by being stupid.
It finally works in our favor.
For the best worst team on the
Finally,
planet.
being stupid paid off.
Okay.
Incredible.
So I need
Intelligence.
two things. I need two things from you. I need a sequence of stealth checks.
Uh-huh.
And I also need athletic checks because you are scaling the side of your ship, coming in behind,
Absolutely.
and then trying to
Do it.
jump
Do it.
across. So first, stealth.
Athletics or acrobatics?
You choose whichever you would like.
Yes. All right, stealth. I will choose acrobatics.
While she's rolling, I had a 13 on stealth. I just didn't want to forget.
13 on
First
stealth?
stealth
Okay.
check is 25. Natural 19 with a +6.
Nice.
So
Very well.
very low.
Okay.
Got it.
You.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a nat 20 from Yanshu. So both of you jump over the side. Ivar, you see two. You're familiar with Neska and how she moves at this point, but you, out of the corner of your eyes, you're focused on the ship as it moves in closer. You see just out of the corner of your peripheral, two darting black figures just suddenly darting over the side of the ship and are lost to view. You're like, oh, thank a monitor.
Don't think a monitor, my friend. I have a lot of things on my mind right now. And a monitor is not one of them, let me tell you.
Crisis of faith.
Ivar sees that and he just nods to himself. There's a lot of stuff going on in his head.
Good thing
He
your
goes,
oath's already
"Good."
broken, right?
quick
Yeah.
question for you.
Yeah.
Is the sword drawn?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get back to that. Neska, I need athletic checks from you. Or acrobatics, whichever you choose.
I'm not even joking. That's another natural 20.
Nice. What's the
I
total?
changed 26.
Nice. Alrighty.
I love this dice.
Leave some for the rest of us, please.
That is a 16 from Yanshu. So
Okay.
he's making his way to just a little bit slower than you because he's wounded.
Still waking up.
Yeah.
Groggy. Didn't have his
Yeah,
coffee.
He didn't have a time to stretch. So you jump over the side, very like inky shadows, and you begin to scale the side of the ship, just finding footholds, parkour. As you come around and you go behind, basically right beneath the window of the captain's cabin on the rear portion of the ship. At this point, you look down and you see the rudder of the pirate ship moving right alongside and inching closer until you hear and you feel the shudder in the ship as the two come across and tap. They're right next to. At this point, I need a perception check from Ivar.
Hearing that shudder, that's when Jal would jump.
Jal jumps. Give me an athletics check.
Oh, I don't need to. I'm flying.
You're flying.
I will literally
that.
just over the size, and my goal is cruising around their ship.
So
Got it.
I saw that. I saw that.
I rolled a nat 1.
You rolled a nat
my-
1.
Yeah. It's 5 total, but it's a nat 1.
All right.
Which,
Yeah.
considering my state of mind,
At this point, we'll say, Ivar, you've hunkered down and you're standing in the door waiting for people to come across your path. And you're
oh, I have you one better. He's kneeling. He literally has the shield and the sword, and he's just here like this. But he's ready. He's just prepared. He's just
not
like
not moving.
it's just not moving. He's there.
Neska.
That scene in The Last Samurai.
Neska, I need you to give me another acrobatics check. And this will be to jump across the way to the other ship.
Oh, that's a natural 8 plus 6 is a 14.
Say, hold on.
Oh no. Neska's going for a swim.
Oh no.
Plus 6. That is a 21 from Yanshu. As you both jump, Yanshu is a little bit higher up because he's moving parallel with you. So he's like holding on to like the rim of the window of your ship's captain's cabin. And you are just beneath him as you're both moving along. He leaps, grabs, and as he sees that you are about to drop into the water, he grabs and barely with what strength he has, just grabs you with one arm and is just holding you as he's grabbing onto the rim of, or at the side of the Charybdis ship, grabbing onto a bit of rigging that's on the back portion, and he's just holding it there as you guys are just hovering above the rudder of the pirate ship. At this point, he's sort of just a little help here, Neska, and he just grips and just holds you and tries to like brings you over to the side of the ship, and you sort of able to like grab on and get hold. At this point, I need another stealth check from you, Neska.
Yep.
And we'll say because of the last roll, you'll be doing this at disadvantage.
That sucks, but that's fair. Yep. I accept. Okay, 9, 15, and yeah, so it's 22 or a 15.
So a 15.
15.
19.
15 is still respectable. It's still better than what I did.
So Yanshu, because he also tried to rescue you in that moment, he succeeded in rescuing you, but it drops his stealth. So he was also rolling at disadvantage. He got a 10.
Oh.
As you it's like little help here, Neska, and he pulls you up and you're onto the side, and you're just holding there, and you're just basically listening to see if there is anyone has been alerted. And you hear above in the captain's cabin, you hear an "Oi! What was that? I don't know. What was that? What do you mean, what was that? What sound? The sound against the side of the ship. Oh, you mod for brains. Oh, and you see above you the window of the captain's cabin open, and a very swarthy, sunburnt looking human face sort of looks out and looks down and spots you.
How far below am I from that window?
You are about 5 feet away.
Amazing. Can I attack? And I want to grab his shirt and pull him out.
I will say that this will constitute a surprise round. I will allow you to do that. So please make an attack roll. I'll say you can do it with advantage.
Ooh. Actions. It would be an unarmed. Technically, it's +6. It's fine.
So you're looking to grapple him?
Yeah, just find whatever purchase I can and pull him off with a dirty 20.
Hold on 1 second. So this is an opposed strength check. Rolled a 19. Plus his strength, that is at 22. You grab his collar and you start to try and yank him out. And he holds himself right there, and he's like, oh! And he's like studying himself. It's like you see him just beads of sweat as you're trying to yank him out. He's like, oi, we've got intruders back here. And you hear the clatter of things going on in the cabin. Ivar, I need you to give me a perception check.
I'm literally as far away from this as I can be.
Motherfucker, 7.
Yeah, you can hear sort of a clatter off like to your left, but it's like you're staying put. You're holding.
But
your
here,
ground.
okay. But here's the thing, though. If I hear clutter, do I hear clutter of any kind?
You're not able to discern what sound it is, whether it's just movement on the opposite ship. You're not entirely sure who it is, but you just hear just a faint, like banging happening on one side of the ship.
So, but does it give me any sense, even though it's a bad roll, does it give me any sense that, like, just from a noise perspective, that things have shifted? Like, even
no,
though I
because,
don't know.
I mean, you
Okay.
guys didn't really sort out a signal beforehand as to like when to, when something will be going down.
Because we're excellent strategists.
Yes, because we only stab swords and remove them from things accidental.
Yeah, we're the best.
At this point, we'll say the surprise round for you, Neska, is done. What we will do is, please roll for initiative.
There it is. All right, what do I have for initiative? +2.
That's a 19.
A 19 for Ivar. Jal,
15.
15. Neska,
21.
This is good. I like this.
sorry, hold on one sec.
Ah, man. Should have done a thing, but it's way too late now.
Okay, hold on one sec. 18 for Yanshu plus his initiative bonus, so that's 21.
If I might ask, because I know that you're being intentionally dubious, on a completely arbitrary scale of 1 to 20, how good of an adventurer is Yanshu?
How good of an adventurer?
Yeah, on a completely unrelated arbitrary scale of 1 to 20.
We're gonna find out.
That took me a second to figure out what you were asking.
All right.
He has a reputation.
All righty.
Is that a good thing for a spy?
Okay.
He says he was a spy.
Neska and Yanshu, you go on the same initiative.
Ooh.
With my
Your initiative was a 21?
Yeah.
Okay. So Neska, yeah, you go on the same initiative. So both of you are moving at the same, basically simultaneously. So you've grabbed onto this guy. I need, I'll just say, because you're first in the initiative order, I need you to tell me exactly what you're doing, because you're holding him there. You have him by the collar, and he's like, but he's raised the alarm.
Yeah. If I can find any more purchase, I would like to use, where is it? Actions. Monks have so much going on. Flurry blitz. I do not have deflect. I don't have stunning strike. Yes, I do. Stunning strike. Hold him, bring up my other hand, and just punch him in the face.
Give me a roll.
Actions plus 6. 19 to hit.
19 to hit. That is a hit.
Amazing. And then this is considered an unarmed strike. Oh, he'll need to make a Constitution saving throw.
That is an 18.
That beats my save regardless.
Okay.
I'm sure it does.
So he's not stunned.
Yeah, DC of 14. Yeah. That's okay. He'll still take 9 points of bludgeoning.
Okay. So yeah, you have him by one hand. You have him like by the collar, and you just come up with like an uppercut, like right to the chin. You're just like,
At the same time, if I can kick off the edge of the ship and sort of push my way in,
just like
through the
yanking
window?
up.
Yeah.
Yanking up on him. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Well, you
so that
just
was-
attacked. So
that was
give
one
me
attack.
just one attack. So give me. We'll say that. How many? So you get 2 attacks.
I get 2 attacks per turn.
Two
That
attacks
was
per turn.
one.
That was
But
one.
could I use that as my movement?
Yes. I'll say yes. Your movement would be halved though.
That's absolutely fine.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead. So
Amazing.
you're basically give me an athletics check just for the hell of it, just to see how well you do, or an acrobatics.
Acrobatics, because athletics has a -1. It's always going to be acrobatics. 17.
Yeah. You basically uppercut this guy, and then you using his sort of like fixed position on the side of the ship, hanging out a window. You basically haul yourself up, and using the side of the window, you sort of like clamber up and into the captain's cabin. Like now you're behind him. Yanshu is below him now.
Yeah. Yep, I'll use my second attack. That's going to be an 18 to hit.
Okay, you've clambered up behind. You've basically UFC fighting term. You've taken his back, and so now you hit him like right in the back of the head. How much damage?
6 points of bludgeoning.
6 points bludgeoning. Got him. Yeah, he's like, oh, and he's like reeling from the 2 hits that you've given him.
So I have an unarmed strike as a bonus action. It does not take any key points. Can I use that to make this shove? And
Sure.
if he's dazed, can I shove him out the window?
Yes. Give me. Yeah.
Amazing.
Go ahead.
Attack roll.
Yep.
19. 13 plus 6 is 19.
That's a hit.
Bye bye.
Yeah, you come up behind, you come up, crack, and then you clothesline him out of the window. He just goes, and you just sploosh down in the water behind. Yanshu looks up and just like gives you like a thumbs up. He's like, he begins. Does that complete your turn?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
That's my bonus action.
Yanshu immediately clambers up the side of the ship, and he jumps into the captain's cabin with you as well. It's at this point, through the thick of the conflict with this particular individual, Neska, you suddenly see 3 more pirates who have just entered the room. At this point, Yanshu takes one of his daggers and throws it right into the first one that makes it through his way through the door. That is an 11 plus. That is a 17, and that is a hit. I need more d6s.
That is a great thing to hear when it's
Yeah.
an NPC on your side.
How many more d6s do you need? Don't mind me looking up the rogue.
Okay. The pirate comes right in through the door and immediately takes the dagger right to the chest. And he falls down on his knees with the dagger just protruding from his chest. He's with a look of shock on his face. And then there's suddenly a feeling of even greater pain as suddenly the area around the wound begins to become blackened and pustules as this It's this look of shock and confusion as just overwhelming pain starts to course through his body. That completes one of his attacks.
I am so glad you didn't use him as a club.
Yanshu is going to close the distance with the one on the ground. He's going to use one of his attacks to rip out the dagger, and with the other one, he's just going to come down right into the well of this guy's neck, and he's just going to plunge his dagger into the side, basically like Achilles in Troy. That is a 19, so that is a 25.
I'm just gonna go back to sleep. Yoshi's got this.
Yoshi solos.
Yoshi solos. That's fine.
13. He plunges it into the well of this guy's neck and whisks it out, and then immediately just cuts right through this guy's neck, finishing him. That pirate goes down. Let's see. That one's gone. This one. Okay. That's 2 pirates down. The other 2, actually, hold on. That will complete Yanshu's turn. He's going to sort of just look behind and just wink at you, Neska. Just like, we got this. Just as he has his other daggers just holding ready against the other 2 pirates that are in the room with you. At this point, that completes his turn. Ivar, you are up with Jal on deck.
So at this point, did I get to hear? Do I get to hear any of the commotion, including the splash of someone falling, like a shouting as they're falling down the?
Give me a perception check.
23. Let's go.
As you hear the splash, the sound that actually gets your attention as you're standing with the shield, actually kneeling with the shield and sword in the doorway, is the sound of hooks that suddenly come in and clank onto the side of the ship with long rope that is being drawn to make sure that these 2 boats do not separate. You're at the ready in the kneeling position just as the voice returns. Oh. Oh, yes. Fresh blood. Fresh blood to be shed, yes, Ivar.
Ivar is going to interrupt it and say, "Be quiet."
Oh, no, my friend. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, Ivar.
19.
The briefest of seconds, suddenly there's this red halo effect around your vision, as your vision almost becomes clouded for a second, and you see across on the opposite deck 3 pirates, one of whom has a glowing electrical energy in their hand, begin to make the jump across onto your side. They're in the midst of clambering across the side. They're not on your deck yet, but they are making their way. And you uttering that, "Be quiet." The voice, it's almost like a slight, almost a whimper. It's like, as it sort of shrinks back from exerting a full control on you.
Ivar is seeing this, the pirates getting ready to board. He says, "Be quiet.
I have seen into the void, and I have found it barren. You are no god. I am no servant. So we may be alive, but we are already in hell."
He gets up, grabs his shield, and starts banging his sword as he starts taking a few steps toward the hooks, and he just starts calling,
"Come, see the fallen flame! Come meet your match in the shadows, for no void, no god, no patron can keep you from me. Dare to step here if you dare.
I want to roll intimidation on this fuckers.
Yep. Go ahead.
That's a natural 20 that's a natural 20.
So the three that you see, we'll just say this though. As you get to your feet and begin to clang the sword against the shield, and you make those, you utter those words, you feel the vibration in the blade increase, and you feel almost at first a weakening in your hand strength, but then suddenly an ominous feeling of suddenly a surge of strength as you grip your blade the tightest you've ever gripped it, almost as if you're trying to exert your own will power over the blade itself, even though you know that that might be futile. And you hear the voice return, but it was a whisper. Oh, we shall see, Ivar.
I'm almost going to take this moment to remind you that because of the control of Zoom, when you do the little effects, sometimes we don't hear them. So if you want to adjust that now, before we continue having you making like that doesn't get heard, just letting you know.
Just really quick, we'll fix this in post. What of the whispers, has there ever been a moment where you didn't hear, or is it this the first time?
Just this the first time.
Okay. He just says, we shall see, Ivar. We shall see. And at this point, you rolled a 20, what on intimidation?
27.
Oh. It's cocked. Darn it. Stay on the table. That's a nat 1. So one of them rolls a nat 1. And seeing this very armored paladin standing in front of them, just goading them to come at him right now, just clanging the sword against the shield. They thought that they were taking this boat as a prize. Like, they were not expecting any conflict whatsoever. And he immediately like, no! And he immediately turns tail and runs back towards the captain's cabin. Whereas the other two, they didn't succeed, but they didn't roll a nat 1. And they stop. They do not make any move towards trying to get onto the ship. They're just like stop, like completely unsure of what to do, leaving the two of just two of them in front of you. The one with the glowing, crackling energy in their hand, though, remains. Does that complete your turn?
Well, I mean, at this point, there's nobody. There's no. They're all on their aboard their ship, correct?
Correct. Yes.
I'm gonna leave my turn at that for now. I'm just gonna be at the ready, just because I have to keep an eye on Rihanna. So I just stay there, just planted, staring at whoever the hell appears on the other side.
Okay.
Just at the ready.
All right. That completes your turn. Jal, you're up.
Alrighty. Where in my flight am I around the bow trying to get to the...
You've come across, so your movement, flight speed, or flight
30.
Speed, 30. All right, so yeah, you fly up and around. So you're now on the what's the opposite of starboard?
Port.
You're on the port side of the opposing ship.
Okay, am I like about midship, or am I towards the front, or towards the front? Okay. I'll use my regular 30 feet to get a little bit closer to midship. And just kind of, peek up first and see who's all on deck. Like how many of them
Give me a
we're
perception
dealing with.
check.
Of course. That I'm so good at. Why do I have to look at things? 4.
In your haste to move across and move closer to midships, you're also just trying to keep, like, you've never hovered above water like this before.
I haven't.
You're just like very like unsure of your footing in terms of the lack of it. Oh my God, we just watched Neska remove a net.
Oh my God, that somebody killed Neska? Was it Yoshu?
Probably.
At this point,
one shot.
At this point, you see a lot of scrambling forms, but you're not able to tell like how many. Maybe 7 or 8.
Okay. So that was just with a little peek there. What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? Don't really have too many bonus action. Wait, yes, I do. That's a lie. Yeah, I will. This is going to be the best that we can do. As an action, before I move before I do anything else, I'm going to cast Mirror Image on myself. And once I have that up so that there's, 4 Jaws flying in formation, I'll then come up over the railing enough that they can see me. And very loudly, I'm going to say, "Excuse me, is this the way to Pure Wind? I think I took a wrong turn."
Yes, you do that. Yeah. We'll say you're sort of hovering at about midships. You sort of suddenly,
I am over the rail, I'm still over the water.
You're visible. At this point, you very loudly suddenly displayed. There are now 4 Jaws hovering above midships on their ship, which is opposite of the direction that they are. So you're basically behind them.
Yeah.
Does that complete your turn?
No. Now that I am kind of hovering, well, first of all, now that I'm up there, can I get a better idea without the things that I'm looking for now? Number 1 are spellcasters, and number 2, if anybody at this point is within 5 feet of the railing on any side.
All of the shapes, or all of the people that you see, are on the opposite side. None of them are on this side of midships, because they're trying to take control of the other boat. You do see that there is one lone figure that is above or standing on the steps looking out at the ship. They are dressed in black and yellow with a yellow. They're dressed in a black greatcoat with a yellow sash and a tricorn hat with a very long black ponytail behind them. I'll say, give me another perception check. I'll say.
I'll take it. Okay, 13.
This appears to be based off of garb. We'll say it a 13. They're dressed slightly differently than the other pirates you see in front of you. You do see at this point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on all sort of centered around midships, with the one person on the stairs being the 10th.
Oh, come on,
I'm sorry. Actually, I apologize. You don't see. No, you do. You do see that many. No, you don't. I apologize. You see.
It's actually an army.
You see
what a roller coaster.
I'm sorry. You see 8 because I forgot that 2 of them ran into, or 3 of them.
So many emotions.
Ran into the captain's cabin upon hearing the noise. So there are -2. So you see 8 people 7 of them are at midships, while the 8th appears to be the person who is the captain. And they also appear to be a woman.
Okay, I gotcha. Any of them within 5 feet of the railing?
On your side, no.
There's what is my range on this? I think it's pretty impressive range. Within 30 feet of me, how wide is the ship?
Oh yeah, you'd be able to at 30 feet. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll completely say it then. So anybody within 30 feet of me that is within 5 feet of the rail, so that I can telekinetic shove them overboard. That is what I want to do with my bonus action. Is there anybody?
Is there a
with
number that you can target with telekinetic shove?
One.
One person.
Just
okay.
Yeah, I'm just asking if there is an available target.
Okay. So at this point, I'll say yes. You can definitely target one of the people who has stopped trying to make their way over.
Yeah. I'm going to.
And you did specify that you were looking for magic users.
Yes.
So the one with the crackling energy that is sort of holding their ground, not making their way over, but also not fleeing, with the sort of a crackling electric energy in their hand.
That's the one that I'm targeting?
I'm saying that you were looking for a magic user. There is one plainly visible.
If I could target him, I'd rather.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to need him to make a DC 15 strength saving throw or be shoved 5 feet over.
Bye.
Let me check.
You can hop over this side. I'll welcome you.
What was the save again?
A DC 15 strength save.
You rolled a 15.
All right. Well, even still, raise the ring. I'm just gonna make construct of a ship, just kind of blast into him, and he kind of holds his ground, and it deflects off. It doesn't do any damage, unfortunately, but that'll end up being my turn. Bonus action movement.
So currently, you do have a concentration spell up with mirror image.
Mirror image is not concentration.
It's not concentration. That's right.
Yeah, it's broken. I love it.
All right. Okay. That actually brings up that guy who you just tried to hit.
That guy.
He's going to turn, and he is going to speak in what languages do you speak again?
Common, Dwarvish, Elvish, and Primordial.
He is going to speak in a language that you're not familiar with, and he is going to speak into his hand, and then suddenly that crackling energy coalesces into a ball, and he is going to cast Witch Bolt at you.
Okay. Would you like to roll for mirror image or me?
Okay, so mirror image, I have to hold on one second.
So I have it up here.
Yes.
Each time, the big part of it, each time a creature targets you, being me, with an attack during the spell's duration, roll a d20 to determine whether the attack instead targets one of your duplicates.
I rolled
if I have 3 duplicates, which I currently do, you must roll a 6 or higher to change the attack's target to a duplicate. So with an 8, you are targeting a duplicate.
All right. The Witch Bolt streaks out with a crackling sound that suddenly it doesn't even really hit it. It just sort of makes one of the
Well, you still got to roll to hit it, because the duplicates have an AC equal to 10 plus my Dex mod, which is 2, so they have an AC of 12.
It's a 14.
All right, so that is one gone.
So makes the duplicate glow, and then with a burst of like glowing green energy, it dissipates. The the pirate just sort of looks at you, sort of shocked, and just is
Pun.
And it's just like grimaces in anger. There is suddenly you see off to the side, closer to the stairs, suddenly whirling at the sound, just another one with crackling energy, but of a different sort. you see almost a white coat of moisture around their hands as he is going to cast Ray of Frost at you.
Okay, so now you have to roll lower than an 8 to hit me.
You rolled a 3.
All right, so that's coming at me. Bring it on. My AC is higher than the duplicate.
Okay, so now to hit.
Yeah.
That is a 10 plus his. So that's a 15.
That is my
Hit.
AC.
15 to hit.
Yep.
I need to roll.
Need to put some dice away.
You take seven points of cold damage as this icy shard just impacts your left shoulder, and just spreads this frost. It feels like it freezes your left arm in place, but you're sort of able to. And the glassy ice you shatter it, but the pain as it just sort of punctures your armor is still there, and almost there's a numbing effect in your left hand. And at that point, your speed is also reduced by 10 feet until the start of your next turn.
That's fair.
Okay. That completes his turn. They're dead. That takes us to inside the captain's cabin. 2 of these pirates, they're going to charge at you, Neska. They just saw their friend just absolutely get annihilated by Yanshu, and they are pissed. They just saw one of their compatriots absolutely destroyed as just blood smear or just blood splatter is just sort of cut across them as they just watched their friend's throat get slit by Yanshu. Yanshu is just standing there as he sort of winks at Neska, and he's sort of breathing heavily, sort of ready to take on whatever they throw at him. They are, however, not going to take Yanshu on. They're actually going to go at you, Neska.
You fools.
This first one has a hammer that he's going to run at you with. And he is going to make an attack. That is a nat 20.
Huh?
I take back what I said.
Hold on.
Hammers don't deal that much damage, right?
No, they don't. But they're
just a little wooden hammer. Just a.
Is it like a rubber one?
They hit you, dealing 7 points. It's actually, hold on. So 5. I'm sorry. So that's 8, and then I have to roll an additional. Okay, so it was 1d4 plus 3. So 7. So that was 7 plus the 4 additional that they rolled, which is an 11. So you take 11 points of bludgeoning damage. It comes in, and you're very deft, so it sort of like comes in and crushes into your shoulder as you sort of like try to dodge. So you just sort of like you take it in the shoulder. That will complete his turn. That brings up the second one, who's also going to charge at you with his. He has a hook that he's going to try and attack you with. What? Damn it. That is a nat 1.
Bum, bum, ba-dum, boom.
As he brandishes his hook, he runs at you, and he is going to like try and like cut in around your legs to like pull you off balance. You, on the other hand, you like monk footwork, just move out of the way and just like nudge him aside and nudge him off balance and knock him prone. So he is now prone.
Incredible.
He is now prone in front of you. That completes his turn. 1, 2, 3. So 3 pirates are suddenly going to charge up across over the side of their ship and jump across to the opposite ship, charging at you, Ivar.
Bring your pretty face to my axe.
They are all equipped. They are all equipped with light hammers. The first one is a miss. I'm assuming with a 9. That is a nat 20.
Ivar, you're muted.
And that is an 18 plus 5. That's a 23.
You're muted, Ivar.
So that is D4 plus. So 7. That is 11 points of bludgeoning damage on the first attack, or the first one that rolled the nat 20. One missed. The second one, I have to roll damage. To roll this. That is 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
15
So
total.
all told, 15 total. Okay.
You looking all right?
That remains, or that leaves 3 remaining of these particular pirates. They're actually going to move towards you, Jal, and they're going to basically, they have hooks with a rope attached to them, and they're going to try and grab in, and so they're going to make 3 ranged attacks against you. So at this point, you've been hit once, you've lost a duplicate. So what do I have to roll to?
You have to roll lower than an 8. An 8 counts as not me, so 7 or lower.
18 for the first
All right. So that one is targeting a duplicate.
one. So that's a 14 against the duplicate.
That hits the duplicate. Poof.
All right, that duplicate is gone.
So it's me and 1 duplicate. Now the number is 11.
That is a 9. That is a miss.
So that's me. 9
That's
is
you.
me.
9 is
So
you.
now they have to roll to hit me.
Okay. That is a 17.
That hits.
So at a 17, you the hook hits you, dealing 11 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And you have to give me a strength saving throw, a DC 13.
Okay. That is a 16 total.
Yep. He tries to, it hooks into you, but it just slashes across your chest, or actually, yeah, around your midsection, and it cuts, but it does not find purchase there. He's not able to reach in and tug on you. That brings up the last and final attack against you. That is a 16.
For the that's a 16 on the die, so that will
Yes.
hit the last duplicate. Oh well,
That hits
it'll
the-
target the last duplicate.
Target the last
So-
duplicate. That is a nat 20.
Good. So I have no
So-
more duplicates, but I've only been hit twice.
Yes.
All right, I'll take
the
it.
Duplicate poofs. You can see sort of the shock and amazement as each duplicate has disappeared, and they're just like, what new devilry is this? And that will complete their turn.
Okay.
At this point, Ivar, as you have been charged by those 3 pirates directly in front of you, you've felt some of them have glancing blows against you as you're sort of taking the hits. But you see, standing confidently on the stairs is a woman, and she's gazing and studying you as she
Oh, son of a bitch.
as she suddenly leaps from atop the stairs of her own ship, leaps a 10-foot distance onto your ship. and is now on the steps. She basically runs down her full movement and comes and basically joins with her, and she's now flanking you as the other 3 are attacking you head on. She, because of a special feat known as Rigging Dancer, is going to have advantage on melee attacks against you because it takes place on a vessel. She brandishes a cutlass that, and she just cuts into you. She's going to make 3 attacks against you. That was a 6. That is a 17.
Nope.
That's a 14.
Nope.
So does the 17 hit?
Nope.
None of those. It's okay.
No, sir.
All right. Thankfully, she has advantage on all of those.
Okay.
So she gets to re-roll. That's a 9. That's a 16. That's a 3. Okay. So she comes in, she's ching, 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 and you're just like deftly like with your shield just blocking the blows.
Shield and sword.
And like able to like hold your ground against these 4 that are attacking you at the same time. Hold on. What the heck? Why did it suddenly go blank? Thank you. I apologize. Okay. Hold on one second. Something froze and then I had to refresh on D&D Beyond.
You just couldn't deal with me fucking blocking all that motherfucking damage. Like, let's go. Let's fucking go.
I'd love to know your AC right now.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yes, I would.
I said, wouldn't you like to know?
Okay, those guys are dead. I'm sorry, I basically have to go in and just redo all of this again.
Oh no!
Damage. Okay.
According to my notes, we've killed 17 people.
In the whole game, you mean?
In the
Ship is ours.
In all 3 sessions?
We won. We wanted.
You're like, I'm counting mice that we stepped under in the sewers.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Why is this not? Okay. There we go. Coming from the same direction as the pirate captain, a broad-shouldered man, well, looks to be like a Goliath, sort of charges, or not a Goliath, but like a large, very tall man, also in pirate garb, runs down and comes into the room of the pirate's cabin and is going to make 2 longsword attacks against Yanshu. That's a nat 20. That's a 3. So we'll deal with the nat 20. So that's 12, and then I need a D10. That is 22 points of slashing damage against Yanshu.
Don't like that at all.
Ooh.
Wow.
Mainly because Yanshu was sort of just very briefly staring back at Neska as sort of admiring how deftly they're moving and sort of chuckling as this one guy tried to hook her legs and then ended up falling on his ass. He barely sees the longsword coming down on him as whoosh, and it just cuts right into his arm.
That's what happens when you try to seduce people in the middle of a battle. Like, don't fucking do it. Just don't give her doomy eyes. Just don't do it.
There'll be plenty of that, like, once there are corpses everywhere, then you can give me those
Set
kinds
the
of
mood
eyes.
first, you know?
Exactly. You know, light some candles, drop some bodies.
Spread some blood, hang some bodies.
Jal, what was your initiative again?
15.
Right. Okay. That brings us back up to the top of the initiative order with Neska.
My cat's just snuck in. Alrighty. I will use any movement I need to. Oh no, there's 2 on me, isn't there?
Yes.
Never mind. How far away are Yanshu and I?
Yanshu is about 15 feet in front of you, and he's engaged in combat with what appears to be the first mate.
Oh.
And you are currently in combat, technically, with one, while another one is at your feet.
Prone.
So if I hit, it's an auto crit.
Yes.
Oh, you have it. Oh, no, never mind.
And would I? Is that how it works? I get advantage and I hit, it's an auto crit? Is that how prone works? What a
Hold on.
dumb thing to be in.
Prone gives advantage. It's if they're incapacitated that
Right.
it's not a crit.
Thank
Or
you.
paralyzed.
That's okay. I will. Because he was the one with the hook. Yeah, I'm going to attack the one on the ground. First punch. Oh, thank God, I had advantage. 17.
That's a hit.
These are with fists, so it's 1d6 plus 3. 5 points. Second. 25.
That didn't hit.
My fist just goes through the 4. 9 points. And then flurry of blows.
God.
18.
Hit. Fucking monks, guys.
Right. That's another 8 points. And I get another one.
How much is it? Wait, hold on. How much damage total so far?
Oh, gods.
Go back to tape.
What?
So I heard that there
Hold
was
on,
an
it was-
8 and a 9. So that's 17 plus what was the first roll? I think it was a
The
5.
first roll was a 5, yeah.
So that's 22 points of damage. Okay.
And I still have 1 attack.
By all means, roll.
Is he dead?
He's about to be.
Okay. So I'm like, I'll change target. One was a natural one. The other one is going to be a 16.
That hits.
Oh, well, that was a 1, so 4 points.
How do you want to do this?
Just his head becomes a complete unrecognizable mess.
He ceases to look human.
Amazing.
And Ivar
just
the
look-
Banisher and Neska
Suddenly
the Terminator.
suddenly his face resembles a Salvador Dali painting.
Neska shall be named the Pummeler.
The Pummeler.
I love it.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
as you just
Action.
pummel this guy's
Bonus
face
action.
into a mush. He is dead.
I'm going to hiss threateningly at the other guy because that's all I can do.
Give me an intimidation check.
I can do that with
Fuck
advantage
yes.
because I just destroyed his friend's face.
Allow it.
Oh yeah, sweet. That was a
Yes,
nod.
Yeah,
That's
that's
Go
what
for
I'm
it.
saying.
Hang on, intimidation. Where's my thing? Sorry. Intimidation 16.
Rolled a 6.
Amazing.
Yeah, he begins to like try and like he doesn't step away from you, but he's just like completely like he's completely bewildered and totally overwhelmed by the fact that you absolutely annihilated his friends. You've done it a couple times now. Yeah, he's overwhelmed and he is not gonna try and we'll say he is frightened. He's not moving towards you. He is just holding his ground at this point. That will complete your turn. Neska?
Yes. Beg your pardon. I was reading my abilities. That completes my turn.
Yes. All right. So Yanshu, having just taken the attack from the first mate, he is going to he's going to spin his daggers and then he's just going to start laying into the first mate.
Good boy.
There's an 18 for the first attack. That is a 23 for the second attack. 7, 9, 12 for the first. 9. That's 21, 25, 31 points of damage as he just and he just is carving up, but each attack that he makes as his blades are poisoned. Neska, you recognize immediately with the wounds that he's making, the poison is not only affects internally, but it is an anticoagulant, making the wounds bleed and gush blood. Suddenly, the first mate's chest is like a bloody mess. That was 31 points total of damage against the first mate. He is dead. As these he just basically carves into the first mate, and he is gone.
Like a holiday ham.
Would you like some jamon serrano?
That will complete Yanshu's turn, leaving one pirate in between the two of you, Neska. So one pirate in between the two of you. Ivar, it is your turn.
All right.
With
So-
Jal on deck.
So you said that I had the 3 pirates that came at me, and then the lady just flanked me, right?
Yep.
So technically, would they be like on my sides? Like they came this way and she came this way? Is that what happened?
Yep.
Okay. So if I were to take like some steps back to like keep them on my like diagonals, would that remove me from the flanking position? Or
I would say if you were to try to move out of their range to reposition yourself.
if I were to step back, if I were to take like a step back while keeping them in that periphery, like would that still be like an opportunity attack for them or what?
No, because you're not moving pat. Yeah, I will say no. I'll say you can start. You can try and reposition yourself.
Yeah. So probably what Ivar would do is, knowing that these people are here, he would just kind of like angle himself to put himself again like closer to that area where the steps are down and the captain's deck, as a way to like narrow, kind of like funnel them a little more. So instead of being in the middle of the deck where they can just surround him, it's a little, they would need to do more shit in order to like get behind him. And so from there, after blocking all of these attacks, the three people attacking me, like the three guys with the hammers, do they look are they very different from one another, or do they seem to be like similar?
They all seem to be looking, they all look to be like bosuns. Like they're not of different rank, you would
Gotcha.
just by looking at them.
All right. So after angling myself and getting ready, I draw my sword and I throw my first attack at one of them with my sword.
Okay.
That's a 15.
Hold on. I'm still looking at the first mate. Hold on 1 second. What was that? It was a 15?
15.
15. That is a hit.
Great. And that is 14 damage.
14.
Yes. Now I'm going to, and then he's going to throw his second attack at the same guy. I'm going to use my feat of Great Weapon Master to go with a disadvantage of -5 on my attack roll. But if I succeed, I get +10 damage.
Okay.
Risk it for the biscuit.
Risk it for the biscuit.
Taste the biscuit.
That's a 16 -5, so an 11.
That just misses.
Oh, mother. That's it. That's all I got.
Wait, how many attacks do you have?
2.
Two? Oh, just the 2. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have any other bonus action? No?
Nothing that I can use without my slots.
Jal, it is your turn.
Can I see Ivar? How is he doing with the Capitan?
Well, you've been in combat with the ones in front of you who are just picking off your mirror image. So you haven't had the opportunity really to get a sense of like where your compatriots are. You don't know
That's
how
true.
Neska is doing. You do know that Ivar is facing down some competitors, but you're not entirely sure how they're doing yet.
Okay.
Unless you want to take an action to see exactly how they're doing.
I will not. Yeah, my actions are a little valuable right now. How many people are on deck now? On the deck of the enemy ship? There's 3 in front of me.
There are 3 in front of you, and then there are the 2 pirate wizards.
That are 30 feet-ish across, right?
Yep.
So a total of 5?
Yeah.
So if they are 30 feet-ish, if the deck is 30-ish feet across, then that means that the 30-foot radius of Sickening Radiance is going to be very good right in the center of their boat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll back up if need to. I got 30-foot flight. I'll just place it. I don't want to hit. I can't see the captain's cabin, so I don't want to hit that because actually, I have no idea that Neska and them are in there. I have no idea where they are, period. So just central of the 5 targets that are on deck, and yeah, the only things that I care about not hitting are me and Ivar at this point.
Okay.
Actually, with a 30-foot radius, I might be able to put it so that it would hit closer to them.
No.
Yeah, the gap's too far?
Yeah, the gap's too far.
Okay, that's fair. Alrighty, so cast. Boop. That's my last spell slot. So, and we discussed last time that. Oh wait, hang on. Okay, so when a creature moves into the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it didn't move into it, so I have to wait until their turn. They roll a Constitution save, right? That's what we discussed.
Yes.
Okay.
So tell us what it looks like.
So this time, because we're not fighting vampires, I'm just going to make a construct of a kraken bursting out of the deck, and just the tentacles going wild and attacking everything in the area, and that will be just the shining green light as this, monstrosity sea monster just completely starts tearing into them.
Awesome.
Yep.
Fuck yes.
And then bonus action, I'm going to pick one of those wizards and try to shove them again with one of the Kraken's tentacles. So that's a DC 15 strength save.
Hold on 1 second. I'm just looking up the Sickening Radiance spell.
What would you like to know?
No, it's just a spell. It's just a spell that I'm not as familiar with, so I just want to make sure I know exactly what's concentration up to 10 minutes, dim greenish light, radiant. Okay, all right. 4d10 radiant damage. Good lord.
Yeah.
A creature
Hopefully
moves
we
into
clear the deck.
spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there. That creature must succeed on the constant. Okay, all right. And then
So this is something that I did look up. It says into the spell's area for the first time on a turn. If I take somebody from outside of it and move them into it via Eldritch Blast or something, then they would take it. But them actually standing in there when I make it, that doesn't. I gotta
not
wait until their
turn.
Yeah,
Got it.
if I forcefully move them into it, then they will take the extra damage, though.
Got it.
Which I didn't plan on when I made this character, so that's very fortunate.
Okay. So and what are you doing with the other one? The other
One of the Kraken's tentacles, that's what I'm going to flavor the telekinetic shove as a bonus actions. For one of those, hopefully not very muscular spellcaster guys that are within 5 feet of the rail still.
Got it. So you're trying to knock him off.
Yeah, so that probably the same one.
What's the DC?
15 strength saving throw.
That's an 11.
All right, so I shove him 5 feet towards the edge of the boat.
This Kraken tentacle, which is sort of like about to envelop and grapple and do battle with all of these other people on the deck, just sort of swoops out and just knocks this guy head over heels right over the edge of the boat. There is a brief sploosh as you could hear him just scream and protest like, ah! Sploosh.
Love it. Perfect.
He is, I'll just say he is down for the count right now. He might not be dead, but he is out of the initiative. That is one of the deck wizards.
Yeah, that's all that I got, though.
Got it. That completes your turn. So the other deck wizard is still within the range of the Sickening Radiance.
So his turn, he has to make a Constitution saving throw of 15.
That is a 9.
All right, so 4d10 coming at you. So we'll do that first.
4d10.
Yep. So I got 4.
Damn.
6 for 10. 7 for 17. And then another 7 for 24 points of radiant damage. And if he's still alive, he takes a level of exhaustion.
And he takes a level of exhaustion.
Yeah,
which,
and I don't know if it's going to...
So that's ability checks.
One level of exhaustion, I believe, is ability checks.
Yeah. So not attack rolls. It's just ability checks.
All right. That comes in later. There we go. Yeah, one level is disadvantage on ability checks. 2 is speed hit. Yeah, it's not disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws until level 3. But given that they're on a ship, I think that it's either be in Sickening Radiance or jump overboard.
Got it. This guy gets knocked in the chest, with one of those green tentacles, and he takes it and just it's like knocks the wind out of him, but he gains his footing again, and he is going to cast another ray of frost at you.
Okay.
That is a nat 20.
Of course it is. All right.
Hold on. So that
I don't know if you moved me, but this does remind me that my speed was reduced by 10. So if I moved at all, I only had 20 feet of movement.
Okay.
Which is going to be the story again. Roll low.
That is 16 points of frost damage.
Okay. So that means that I have to make a Constitution saving throw for concentration. I have a +2 to those.
Do you have Warcaster?
I do not, because I like to stay back. +2 con save. Here we go. I just got to beat a 10 though, because half of 18 is or half of 16 is 8. So I just got to beat a 10 +2. Come on. That's a total of 18. All right, so still got it up.
Yeah. So still up.
Yep.
All righty. So that deck wizard took a massive hit, but still was able to get off a ray of frost. Again, you take it right in, but on the right arm this time, and again, sort of the numbness, but you sort of just, and you hold and exert control, and you beep your spell going in the middle and center of the ship, causing chaos. That leaves a bosun. I need you to roll a bunch of cons. I need you to roll a bunch of because I have 3 of these guys in the sickening radiance. So, yeah.
So I'm just gonna get my D10 ready then.
It's a nat 1 Constitution saving throw.
It's one or the other for you today, isn't it?
That's an 11.
So that's 2 fails.
That's a 3.
That's 3 fails.
That's another nat 1.
That's 4 fails.
Oh my god.
So do you want me to roll 4d10 individually or one for the whole group?
I want you to roll a lot of dice.
I am happy to. I could pull out more D10. I used to play Vampire the Masquerade. I have all of the D10s.
So yeah, give me the 4d10 individually, and I'll just say.
All right.
You're like hot and cold. There's no warm temperature with your dice today, Dan. Like, jeez.
We're gonna bring this over here.
I love
We're
it.
actually
It's
going to
terrifying.
empty the dice tray. And all right, here we go. So person number 1 in initiative. 8, 9, 10, 11. 20 points of radiant damage and a level of exhaustion. Person number 2. 14. Oh wait, we're gonna do that this way. 19 plus 8 is, can't do math. 27 plus 4 is 31 points of damage to the second one. Person number 3. That's so 18 plus 7, 25, 26, 27 to the third one. Bless you. And last one. Okay, so 10 plus 11, so 21 to the last one. And they all have 1 level of exhaustion, and just in case it comes up, they also can't benefit from being invisible.
They're
Well,
alive.
two of them don't. They're dead. So again, Kraken suddenly, a green Kraken just suddenly materializes in the center of the ship, tentacles lashing out against all of these pirates. All of these pirates very familiar with Kraken, not very familiar with glowing green ones that suddenly appear on their ship. Seeing you as the instigator, the one who has generated this beast, some of them are deathly afraid. The wizard lashes out with that ray of frost, but these other pirates who were going to go for a hook attack against you, they are immediately two of them are immediately cut down, like a tentacle just sweeps across the deck and knocks these pirates' heads clean off. Just meanwhile, two other tentacles just come in and just go, just coming crashing down with this epic force, just completely taking off the arm of one and removing the leg of the other. They, just for reference, these two have 7 and 6 hit points left. They're not.
So you're saying there's a chance they might survive if I roll very, very poorly next turn?
So, they're still, even in their frightened state, they're still going to make a hook attack against you to try and drag you down to the deck.
This is going to be it.
That is a 15.
That is my armor class.
That is a d8. That is 10 points of piercing damage.
Jal is unconscious.
Because you are unconscious, you are immediately grappled, and you are dragged down to the deck.
That's better than being off the boat.
You are then dragged down to the deck. The other pirate, having seen you completely annihilate his friends, is going to run up with a light hammer and is going to try and cudgel you in the head.
I don't blame him.
He makes this attack with advantage because you're disabled. You're unconscious, so he makes.
Yep. And if he hits, I have two. Two fails.
Yeah, it's a.
So that is a 60 to hit.
So that's 2 failures?
Yep.
All right. Wait.
No.
That is you lose a death save.
You lose a
I
death.
lose 1.
It's a crit, you lose 2.
Crit is 2. That's what it is. Okay.
And a nat 1, you lose 2.
Right.
Yeah. You were
That's 1
unconscious,
failure.
and he is just trying to beat the ever-loving shit out of you right now. And you hear as the hook cuts into you and like rips open a portion of your side and drags you down to the deck, your eyes just sort of fade and suddenly blackness takes you as you barely feel the impact as your body hits the deck. And you feel cold as your spell dissipates. The Kraken disappears from the deck.
Yeah, friends, the giant Kraken is gone. Something is wrong.
And as you notice the Kraken, the next thing you notice is suddenly the appearance of a hammer just coming crashing down on your skull. As you just take it and it like knocks your jaw, and you just feel this numbness as you suddenly lose the light and you are unconscious.
Yep.
That brings us to the Pirate Queen.
Hmm.
God damn.
Being unconscious, I think this is a good time for a little break.
The captain facing up against you, Ivar, sees all of her men next to her, behind her, suddenly obliterated by a giant glowing green kraken. And she is shook. Suddenly, this fight is well out of hand for her. And she is going to see what's happening behind her. And she is going to, with her cutlass, look at you, Ivar, You see this flicker of rage cross her face as she realizes that she's been had in this moment. She turns her cutlass, handle facing you, and she makes to hand it to you. And she says, "Well, seems the gods have smiled on you. Who am I addressing?"
I'm
You're muted.
assuming that the other fighters there, when they see her do this, they also stand down.
That's correct.
I see her extend that. I see the commotion and the stuff. Look at her back, and about her comment, I just go,
No god smiles upon me.
and then I just gesture with my head for her to drop the sword next to me, as I still hold my sword at the ready and my shield up.
She kneels in front of you and puts the blade on the deck. I am your prisoner.
Whatever men you have left on your ship, tell them to stand down.
She looks behind her and realizes there's a lot fewer men. As she just peers back, she sees the beheaded and crushed bodies of the remaining pirates. And the pirates next to her have all also like dropped their hammers down on the ground, and they're sort of standing just very defeatedly in this moment. It's at this moment, Ivar, that you recognize, you see on the opposite deck, you see the body of Jal. And you also hear, this music is way too triumphant.
Yeah.
You see, or you hear rather, the a quiet din, or basically a quiet quieter sounding battle taking place in the captain's cabin. What do you choose to do?
So did she not call? Because I just told her, like, I just try to tell her, like, kind of like shout too.
There is only one remaining pirate left in the captain's cabin, and he's in the midst of combat with
Okay.
Neska.
Sorry. To take a look at something real quick.
I tell them, so I look at all of them and I just go,
Against the rail, on your knees, hands behind your back.
You see the captain move with her hands behind her back up against the rail. Her one remaining man does likewise. Opposite on the other deck, the last remaining one or two ones who are near Jal's body drop the hook, drop the hammer, and they also move to the deck nearest the side. The remaining pirate wizard, deck wizard, he lowers his hands. Any spell that he has dissipates, and he moves towards the stairs, towards the side nearest nearest his captain. At this point, Neska, you have one pirate in front of you. What do you choose to do?
I have no idea what's going up above deck.
You don't.
I'm not here.
I've got, oh, lordy. Odds, I'm going to do something. Evens, I'm going to do something. It's odds. I'm going to turn to Yoshu and say, you've got this, babe. And I'm going to take off upstairs and try and find any more enemies. And I'm ready to throw.
Yanshu rolled an 18. Since you guys are moving off of the same initiative, as you run past Yanshu, you see just Yanshu approach the last remaining pirate, who's and just whimpering and crying. Oh, and that's the last thing you hear is like, and you just hear the sound of Yanshu's blades. You run up and you run up and you come to the front and you see the closest one is the deck wizard, who is at the side, and you see a decutlassed captain standing on the opposite on your ship, with Ivar with a shield in front holding his sword pointed at her. But immediately, the very next thing you notice is Jal on the deck, lying motionless.
All right. I was ready to throw a punch at whoever I saw first, but seeing all of that, how far is Jal?
We'll say he's about 30 feet.
Oh, I have a walking speed of 55. I was going to use Step of the Wind. Never mind. I am fast. I run straight at Jal and then like hunch over
and dealing a coup de grace. No.
This is what you get.
You cocky son of a bitch.
No, so I'll stand over or like kneel over him defensively and use Hand of Healing. Action, Hand of Healing as an action, spend 1 key point, 1d6 plus 3. 8 points.
8 points. Jal, you lose all sense of time once your eyes have closed, and you feel this warm and at the same time cold embrace take you as you felt the impacts of the hammer against your head. And then almost in the same instant, you suddenly feel this pain in your chest as suddenly you are ripped back to reality. And you feel this warm fire just radiating from your core as you feel just Neska's palm just impact into your chest, and suddenly it burns life back into you. And you take how much? 8 points of 8 points of healing, where you are just brought back from the brink, and you just
that deep inhale followed by
what was the first thoughts that Jal has as he comes back? Also, this music is way more appropriate.
Ow is the first thought. He takes that deep inhale, which expands his chest. He's got a big torso wound, probably pulled on it. So just that big deep breath just probably surges another shot of pain right through him. Just like starts coughing, grabs his stomach and rolls onto his side. Just like it's a mixture of just coughs and groans of pretty much agony. He had a hook rip through probably just below his ribs, probably up into him. They were able to pull him by this. So it's not pretty down there. But he is probably just gonna like blink a few times while that's happening and kind of look around. Neska being over him, the last thing that he remembers before going under was combat. So he's looking around like aggressively, like what do I have to do? What's going on? Assess the situation. All that soldier training is coming in, like, like get up, get moving, start, get to an advantageous position, all this kind of stuff, and he's just weakly trying to go through it, and his body's not cooperating.
Neska's like physically holding you down.
Yeah, feeling that, like, kind of lays down and kind of look. I'm just like, ah, shit, God, oh, God, what the? Are we captured?
Capturing.
Kind of like squint at that and I go, how is this capture? And like look over and kind of see the captain, looking down, just be like, you guys did some work. Oh, geez. I wish I could have pulled my weight. Oh, man. Just like, he's trying to stay laying down, but his body just wants to like fall in on the center mass where the pain is.
At this point, the captain looks at you, Ivar, and says, "What are you to do? What is to become of us?"
Ivar holds his blade, and the tip just reaches very close to the chin of the captain.
Judgment must befall you. But I am not the only one who will determine the verdict. In the past, I would have. But I have no blessings for me to give, nor offer you peace, whether in life or death. As for who I am, remember this. You gifted your sword to Ivar, the Forsaken.
And then he looks at Neska.
Fetch some rope, tie them to the mast.
And I basically will want to, with the group, with our team, to organize it so that we tie most all of them through like the masts of both, like those who are remainder over there, those who are remainder over here, and just try to tie them, leaving the captain as the only one who's just hands tied, and I keep close to me.
So you're tying the remainder of the crew onto the mast of their ship.
Yes.
And you're keeping the captain with you.
Yes. Well, yes.
Okay. At this point, Neska, you see Yanshu come up from the deck, or from the captain's cabin, his blades glistening with red blood. He looks down at Jal and he's like, "Oh no, this is not good. I'm so sorry."
I thought that it would be easier to breathe through here. Figured maybe it's not working though.
Don't worry, you carried me. I will help carry you now. He picks you up off the ground, and he puts your arm around his shoulder, and he begins to carry you towards the opposite side, towards your own ship. You're at this point. You see a gangplank can be extended across the way to your ship. which at this point you're able to do with relative ease. The pirate captain is tied next to you, Ivar, and you basically have moved all of the remaining of the crew. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 remaining pirates, not including the captain, onto their own ship. You've tied them to the main mast. At this point, the captain looks at you, says, "What is to become of them? Why are you separating us?"
It will be for you to decide.
How many crew members are left of our crew?
4.
4.
And if I recall, 2 of them have been dismembered.
One of them has a missing leg, and the other one has a missing arm.
Okay.
Man,
I'm not cauterizing those wounds.
Ivar is looking at the crew that's tied to the mast as he hears her, and he just goes,
just like a balance, you as their leader will have to choose their fate. And here are the options.
Before you give me the options, I would be happy to help steer you to where you need to go. She looks around at your vessel. You are frightfully undermanned for this ship. And who's to say what kind of harsh waters might be befalling you in the future? I could help.
And what, pray tell, makes you think you are worthy of my mercy? Give me one or many, many good reasons.
I need you to give me a perception check. Actually, what's your passive perception?
how do I see my passive perception?
It's on the side of your character sheet.
Under saving throws.
Oh, my passive is 14.
At this point, because Jal and Yanshu and Neska are still on the opposite side, they're making their way across the gangplank. They're not able to help you, Ivar.
Okay.
The rope suddenly falls from her wrists, and he puts a very thin metal needle right at your neck. I care not for the lives of them. She gestures towards her crew. But I know better than most that to leave me on that ship is a death sentence. It is not an idea that I relish. I would say someone who has fought as bravely and as hard as you perhaps deserves to live. She very delicately applies a little bit of pressure with the point, just gently, not puncturing, but you feel the point of it. At the tip of this needle is a very potent poison. I would say, to borrow a seafaring term, that I would have you over the barrel right now. I would advise that we proceed with
little more mercy, as you put it.
Ivar has an unreadable expression at first. And after she's done speaking, he slowly starts smiling, a dark smile. Mercy. Living. Things that sometimes others think are worth it and caring. But let me ask you something. Will this poison in your hand be fast enough to take me down before I can strangle you if you choose to not stand down? I have lived for so long under the yield of promises and fates I now know were forsaken. So perhaps your hand will be the one who brings me death. And perhaps mine will give you a demise as well. So tell me, are these the eyes of someone who cares much for living? I want to use intimidation on her.
Okay.
I'm dying to use a reaction. Damn!
That's a nat 20.
Again?
20.
Damn!
You see her face lose her steely resolve for a second.
Can I use that as an opportunity?
She loses her steely resolve for a second.
Can we see this?
Yeah.
And can we hear it?
You can't necessarily make out all of the conversation because they're speaking in very intense, hushed tones. But you can see that Ivar has a needle to his neck, and he has a sword pointed at the chin of the captain.
How far?
About 20 feet away.
Question. Can I roll to flicker my sword and basically remove her hand?
Okay.
Make a Skywalker out of her.
So D&D doesn't necessarily have like cold strikes against certain body appendages.
Okay.
I will say that this will be a very difficult roll. It's very high. We'll call it a DC even. I will say that if you can get above. So if you'll roll to hit.
Okay.
If you can make or get past their AC, I want you to roll a D20. And if you can get above, just with the total, if you can get above an 18, you can make that called strike. She'll take the damage of the hit, but that damage will be directly to her hand, trying to literally disarm her.
What would be the course of action if I wanted to sort of like, grapple her and just to disarm, like basically just like, take her hand, be able to take that moment of hesitation to just kind of like grab her wrist.
That would be a grapple check.
Okay. What do you usually roll for those?
You would roll your strength.
Okay.
And they would roll an opposed. Make a decision.
I I'm gonna aim to grapple her.
Okay.
So I need to roll a strength check.
Yeah.
That's a 13.
That is a 14 plus 3. That is a 17. As you move your hand to try and get, like, control the center and get in and around her hand to push her hand, the needle hand away, she and immediately, like almost anticipating your move, just comes in and out and under and puts it right under your chin. This is a needle, by the way, that is like, has anyone seen Spy Family? The anime? No? Spy X Family? Well, there's a character, an assassin character, who has these very long, they're kind of like knives, but they're more like needles, these very long needles.
Like weaponized sewing, knitting needles?
Kind of like that, a little bit.
Or what they use in
like,
Naruto?
Yeah. But they're
Okay,
like,
cool.
they're like, she has it right under your chin. You guys see this interaction. You see this suddenly flick and then.
He
Says,
included?
Can I react now?
Do not try my patience, Paladin.
I have all the patience in the world, Captain.
Go ahead with the reaction, or go ahead with what you want to do, Neska.
They're only 20 feet away. If I know that Yoshi's got Joel, run an attack. Because I can't hear the conversation. I just see threats in a standoff.
Yep.
So I'll get to a point, like, if I can run up behind her, so I'm technically flanking.
Yep.
And first attack, 21.
That's a hit.
I'm going to use another key point to do Hand of Harm. Where is it? So that's 5, 6, 7, 8 necrotic, and then flurry of blows. Oh, hang on, no, second attack. 22.
Okay. So how much damage total?
So the first one was 6, and then second hit was going to be 4, and then I was going to use Stunning Strike.
Got it. Okay. She needs to make a what?
It's a Constitution saving throw.
That is a.
Oh, I have advantage on these too. Whoops. Oh well.
She got a 10 on the con.
She is stunned.
Coming out of coming out of nowhere, Neska, she like turns to, like, she hears the footsteps coming behind her. You come in and clock her right in the side of the chin, knocking her head, and then she brings it back. She's like completely stunned at this point, and then you just go right in the exact same spot as you just drive her into the deck. She just comes, just like knocked to the side. Yeah, she's knocked prone.
And she's stunned.
Yes.
Well, that's my attack. Can I? I'm going to use a. Ooh. No, I can't do that. It's a bonus action. No, I'm going to. Oh, I can't. I'm just going to stand over, ready with my bonus attack. And I'm just going to look to Ivar, wait for his command.
When the needle goes off of Ivar, you can see that there's not even a surprise. His face is like, it happens and he just sees it happen. Is she still holding the needle?
Yes.
Okay. So right now she's stunned. Does that mean if I wanted to just sort of like walk to her and like put my foot on her hand or like crush it or try to take the thing off? Is it just can I just do it or do I need to roll
Yes.
for it? I can just do it?
She's incapacitated too because she's prone now.
Yep.
Gotcha.
It has all of the terrible conditions.
It's not a position you want to be in.
So what if I wanted to knock her unconscious?
If you hit, it's an automatic crit, but if you declare that it's not a killing
Lethal.
blow, then you can.
Non-lethal damage, yeah.
It's basically got to do bludgeoning damage, though.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm holding an attack.
I would probably walk up to her and use my shield to basically just like pummel her face to try to knock her unconscious.
Okay. You do. She is you kick her hand, she loses the hold in the needle, and then you just with the shield right in the face. She is knocked unconscious. You hear the wince of her pirates as they wince at the sight of the shield coming down. Yanshu brings Jal aboard. What happened?
Well, you see, I got hit with this hook thing, and he's just gonna start
I'm
talking
sorry.
about how
I'm
he's...
sorry. I'm sorry, Jal. I'm sorry. Neska, what happened? What's going on?
I saw a friend in danger.
No, I can see that, and I appreciate how swiftly you move, but what are we going to do about this one?
It appears we have ourselves a captain on our hands.
Why can't Why can't we just toss her in with her crew?
No. I want to know more of what she has to offer. Whatever knowledge she has, I desire it.
Are you sure? I mean, I could very easily finish her right here.
So could I.
Fair. So, she's to be our prisoner then?
For now.
What about these? He gestures over at the remainder.
They shall stay where they are.
Very well. Without a second thought, Yanshu just kicks the gangplank over the side, separating the two ships, and then with his dagger, he just starts to go along the side of the deck and just cutting all of the hooks, all of the hook lines that are holding the two ships together. And very slowly, the ships start to drift apart.
Ivar sees this, looks at the people tied up on the other ship.
If there are any gods left, it will be up to them to decide your fate.
They don't hear you.
Oh, I know. That's to himself.
At this point, your ship has sustained 0 damage, except for some scuff marks where the hooks have cut in, holding the two ships together. Jal, you have seen better days. In all of your time as a Red Guard in Ashcaleen, never have you ever sustained damage like this. Not even on the field of battle. You are clutching your side as blood is still you're in rough shape. At this point, Yanshu grabs the captain's unconscious body, ties them very securely, and moves towards the hold and rolls the captain's body down and then locks the grate that enters into the hold, securing them below deck. At this point, Yanshu comes back alongside Jal, and he's like, let us get you taken care of, my friend. And brings you into the captain's cabin, where he starts to like rip. He takes a blanket away from Rihanna and just rips the blanket and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I need this." And he just
still
starts
got
to
a blanket on? She just sitting here with tea going, "Oh, there's a bat, huh?"
She was hiding underneath
you're
a pile of blankets and pillows.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Okay.
But he takes this blanket away from her and he rips it and starts to bind your wound. It's an 18 on a medicine check.
Okay.
So you should be
Respectable.
hopefully on your way to recovery.
Oh, well, with that, like, probably, like, as that's starting to feel better, Giles is going to be like, "Oh, wow, it feels a lot better. I actually have a healer's kit, you know?" And he's going to start digging in his bag for, like, actual bandages and stuff now that it's too late. Oh, yeah, I have this. And just to kind of take it out and start handing, "Oh, here's some gauze. Here's a needle and thread. And just, like, handing it all out.
This is most helpful. Thank you.
Thank
He continues to help mend your wound, as well as rubbing like salve and stuff on your head, as there is a very large black and blue mark on your skull.
I probably got some blood there. Yeah, that was a good hit.
At this point, Ivar, what are you doing?
I mean, after seeing that, making sure that Jal has been taken care of, Rihanna seems to be safe. Neska also seems to be fine. Probably Ivar just, well, he would check first to see who's going to take the wheel. Like,
Neska?
if
Giles sits up, goes, "I got no." All right, lays back down.
If Joel specifically asks Neska to take the helm, she will. But if he does that, Neska will then request for Ivar to fetch Yoshu once he's finished.
Okay.
Let's kick my cat out.
So Yoshu to take the helm.
No, Yoshu. Well, Yoshu goes up to her after he's done putting me back together.
Gotcha. If they're taking the helm, Ivar, I would like to say that Ivar took the needle of the captain after disarming her and knocking her unconscious. So he has that now. And he would probably go below deck to basically sit in front of her and just stare, just be there.
Okay. Ivar descends below deck. The still body of the unconscious captain lies on the ground or on the floor below deck, between two large spice crates. There's a stool that you pull over, and you just sit, keeping watch for when they stir. Neska, after Yanshu has finished doing his best to mend the wounds of Jal, he exits the captain's cabin, and he joins you at the helm.
As he gets close, he sustained like a massive gash down his arm, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he took a pretty. I remember him taking a pretty big hit. Not that I can out heal that, but hand of healing for 7 points.
Oh, thank you, Neska. That is most appreciated.
And he winces at first because of the radiating healing that comes from your palm, just like Jal experienced. But it is healing, and the wound closes, and there's almost like a cauterizing effect as the blood dries and the wound comes together. You said 7 points of healing.
Well, that went a lot better than I was expecting it to.
Your reputation really does precede you.
Oh, I do what I can.
And it was a lot. But why did you come back?
How do you mean?
That is not our way. Why did you come back for me?
Given the alternative, I didn't want to leave one of our kind where they could, for one, be taken prisoner, and suddenly our race and our position in the world is known. What we intended by being in Ashcaleen, our mission. But also I couldn't think of any good reason why someone such as you should be brought so low as to be an undead slave of theirs. I know it is not our way, but I weighed the checks and balances. At the end, I couldn't think of a reason to leave you.
Neska is visibly shaken. I appreciate that. I don't think without your warning we would have made it out alive. So this is not our way either. And I'm going to step in close, put another hand on his chest and sort of like wrap it into his collar and just give him a peck on the cheek and walk off.
Oh.
He doesn't pull away.
Actually, no, it wouldn't be on the cheek. I will full on kiss him.
He doesn't. He doesn't pull away in this moment. You sort of have him backed up against the helm, so he really doesn't have anywhere to go. There is a moment of surprise and sort of shock as completely unexpected. But then in that moment, there is a moment of melting, and he warms. And in this moment, there is a brief, intimate moment that is had between these two people. A world away from where they're from. And also getting further and further away from their intended purpose and their mission. Finding a new story, perhaps. A new mission. And that is where we will leave it tonight.
Wow!
But yeah, this was a great session. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
There was a lot of really good character moments. There was a lot of just really solid just game mechanics that were just moving. I really loved the whole athletics and stealth checks trying to get from one ship to the other.
That was fun.
I loved the image of Ivar holding his ground against many opponents, but ultimately intimidating the shit out of people. And in an act of diplomacy, bringing the battle to an end by being pretty hard on the captain. And then I really love Sickening Radiance.
I reckon that saved us, to be honest.
That was
That was
insane.
such a spell. Such a spell.
That was
Yeah.
I mean, I got one hit in the whole fight. So like, but for me, I was like, with all the intimidation, I was like, I'll take it. I just wanted to have that moment of like coming out with the shield and hitting, and that worked, and the intimidation against the pirate queen worked. So I'm like, I'm happy. I'm happy about those.
Well, based off
That
of
was
sort of
beautiful.
the sequence of attacks and who was seeing who when, you were always, at least from their perspective, in their focus, you were always the more intimidating opponent because they weren't fully aware of Jaal's capabilities at all. They just see a giant armored dude on the deck of a ship with a massive sword and shield, and they're like, okay, we need to take out this guy. The weird green glowing guy will maybe go hook him and bring him down, which they ended up doing, but not before absolutely being obliterated.
Well, but that's how it worked. It's like I was the bait. Like the whole point was that this was the beginning. That's what I wanted to do. It's like, let them come.
Even though I went unconscious, the plan did work. Specifically,
totally did.
Exactly.
It totally did. And then I loved the sort of the tag team between Yanshu and Neska.
Oh yes,
It's sort of like
gorgeous.
Fun.
two badass UNT spy assassins
Fuck
doing
yes.
what they do best, which is kicking ass and doing it relatively quietly.
Kicking names, take ass.
Yes. Alrighty, gang.
All right,
I
thank you
will-
so much.
Thank you
You're
for the
welcome.
awesome role play. Sending you energy and love and everything to you and your wife.
Yes,
you so
yes,
much.
yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You guys have a great rest of your night or morning, afternoon.
Evening. It's
Evening.
5:30.
Alrighty.
I've been
It's
playing D&D
2:30.
since 7 a.m.
I'm envious.
That's a wonderful day. That's a
been a
beautiful
great
day.
day.
That's gonna be me on Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Nice.
I know I have
My
something
game.
at 3.
Signing off.
Alrighty.
Thank
See
you
y'all.
so much.
Thank you.
See
You're
you,
welcome.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.